Good evening. Good evening. I would like to call to order the December 10, 2019 Truckee Town Council meeting. Judy, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Commendatore.
Here.
Councilmember Klövstad.
Here.
Mayor Tierman.
Here.
Vice Mayor Polity.
Here.
And we will note Councilmember Abrams is absent this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'd like to ask everyone to please rise and join me and the council in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this point in the evening, we always have an opportunity for public comment for anything that is not on our agenda tonight. So if anyone has public comment on anything not on the agenda, now is your opportunity.
I just take a stand?
Yes, and if you'll have 3 minutes, and if
Okay.
you wouldn't mind stating your name.
Robbie Burleson,
Okay.
and I have a prepared speech that I'm going to just read out loud.
Okay.
Cool. Let me know when to start.
There's a timer right there, the 3-minute clock.
Got it.
So, yep.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
All right, dear people of Truckee, Mayor David Tierman, and City Council, I come to you today not only representing myself, but all of the Coburn Crossing residents who have come together to take a united stand against the injustice we have received the past few months from Cambridge Real Estate Services on behalf of Coburn Crossing Management. On the Town of Truckee website about Coburn Crossing, the town writes, Truckee was built on community, and community at its core is people living and working together for a greater purpose. Cambridge Real Estate Services, Coburn Crossing, and President Jeff Passadori care nothing about the community of Truckee or its residents. President Jeff Passadori has shown a lack of concern regarding the well-being of his tenants, misled, deceived, and lied to us all for months. After we tried to speak with him last night, he barricaded himself in the office, called the cops, and fled the scene. First and foremost, he has violated the agreement with the town of Truckee to provide housing for locals exclusively. From initial move-in, we have all had similar maintenance issues regarding no heat, no hot water, wood chips in water, etc., to just name a few. We have a detailed list of over 30-plus items that have gone wrong from the initial time of move-in between residents. Triumph Development, who is a partial owner and builder of the property, now seems aware of the situation at hand, as I personally spoke with Mike from Triumph today. Some of the residents have been offered free rent, discounted rent, etc., while some have been told none of this was taking place and misled to pay full rent without a functioning dwelling. Jeff has tried to single us out, misled, and deceive, but us, the Coburn Crossing tenants, have come together and uncovered how deceitful Jeff and Cambridge Real Estate actually is. We are asking for the town of Truckee's help to resolve these issues at hand and let us go back to living our lives and working for the community. For many of us, not having a functioning legal address or internet has not only been a huge burden, but taken an effect on us financially, as we are unable to work from home as many of us do. For months, the response was we are working on it, but no action has ever been taken. I personally went into City Hall last week and explained the situation. Nobody was aware. How is this possible that nobody in the town was aware of X amount of residents living without an address or basic necessities? Our biggest concern with Coburn Crossing is the lack of communication and safety of all tenants. We could no longer sit back after an incident occurred November 30th when the apartment across from mine flooded, causing all alarms to go off in the building for over 1 hour. I was not home, and my 9-month-old rescue dog was trapped inside. After coming home to fire trucks, management scrambling to figure out how to shut off water and alarms, I had to find out from other neighbors what was going on. How was there no emergency notification system in place for residents? Upon asking Jeff myself this question, he responded, in quote, with all due respect, our first priorities including identifying the source of the water leak, isolating the cause, reviewing building plans for shut-off valve locations, shutting off water, and contacting the fire department and our sprinkler system monitoring company to provide time-sensitive feedback. While I can certainly understand the level of interest residents have in what is occurring, we believe we prioritize things properly. We say this to Jeff. With all due respect, I think the safety of your residents is the first priority in any situation. I hope you have more concern for future tenants. Thank you, the people of Truckee, for taking the time to listen. I hope you have an understanding of what has been happening. We're all willing to talk about our own personal experience and shed light on the poor management that has been taking place in your very own community. We all love Truckee and call this our home, and we hope you can stand behind us to resolve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. Just a comment. So for items that are not agendized, we can't take formal action this evening, but I do want you to know I'd like to have some follow-up with you guys and maybe some conferring with our town staff, town manager. So, sorry?
May I request that I get a copy emailed to me of your statement, please?
The one I just read?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, and if you could provide us with contact information, how we can get a hold of you.
Will do. Should I just meet after the...
Or maybe you can hand it over to Judy Price, who just spoke,
Okay.
town clerk. That would be appreciated, and thank you for coming out.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm Deirdre Henderson. I'm the group leader of the North Tahoe chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby. This is the week of the COP25 meeting in Madrid, and it's getting toward the end of the year, so I thought this would be an appropriate time to update you on the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, H.R. 763, which the Town Council endorsed by resolution in April. The Act now has 75 sponsors. That is the largest number of sponsors of any climate-related legislation in the history of the Congress. We're still waiting for more Republicans to sign on as sponsors, but I was recently on a call with one of our legislative aides in Washington who told us that they expected that after the Republican primary season, there would be some formal sponsorship by Republicans. There are several other carbon pricing bills that were introduced after the Energy Innovation Act. Many of them riffing on aspects of the Energy Innovation Act, and some of them are even also bipartisan bills. We think this is a terrific development. There is clearly robust conversation and engagement on pricing carbon in Congress now, which is wonderful. Columbia University just released a very important, thorough study of the bill, affirming its effectiveness, and that's the latest of several independent evaluations. In the Senate, the Senator Chris Coons, Democrat of Delaware, and Mike Braun, who's a Republican of Indiana, launched the Bipartisan Climate Solutions Caucus in the Senate. This is a great sign for us because the Energy Innovation Act actually came out of a similar caucus in the House. And we've probably all noticed that there is an increasing awareness and concern among the public, especially young people, and even in the media about climate change. And in a related development, the 2019 Word of the Year designated by the Oxford Dictionaries is climate emergency. Your endorsement of the Energy Innovation Act helped inspire Nevada City and South Lake Tahoe to do the same thing. And your endorsement was also influential in getting many businesses and nonprofits and prominent individuals in the Tahoe area to endorse the bill. This is the holiday season, which is a time of gift giving. And of course, the best gift that we can give our children and our grandchildren is a livable world. And a great way to make that happen is to start reducing carbon emissions with an effective national price on carbon. You spoke up this year to do so. You inspired others to do so. And for that, we want to once again thank you and express our gratitude and respect and appreciation.
Thank you so much, Deirdre. Appreciate the update.
I am Matt Tucker, along with Deirdre Henderson, a member of the North Tahoe Citizens Climate Lobby chapter here. Also want to thank you for endorsing the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. Deirdre asked me to come here today because I have had the honor of traveling to D.C. 3 times in the last 2 years to lobby Congress. I was there just this last November. And I just wanted to report back to you on what we observed, what I have observed over those 3 visits. Just since I started going to Washington, I've noticed a marked change, especially amongst Republican members of Congress. the conversations have turned from, getting a monologue on climate denial, pseudoscience, to actually talking about the bill. So it seems that denialism is out, and actually attacking the bill on its merits, or discussing, I should say, not attacking it, discussing the bill on its merits is the new approach. It's also just today, actually, in the Washington Examiner, Kevin McCarthy was quoted as saying that, I'm paraphrasing here, that the Republican Party actually is going to have a problem coming up with its younger members who are very concerned about climate change, and that they need to start talking about solutions. So I just want to pass on to you that I think the climate in Washington has changed quite a bit, and that, I think Republicans are going to get on board pretty soon. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. Any other public comment this evening? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment and go to our next item, which is a presentation. We have the introduction of 2 new engineering technicians with the town of Truckee, Riley Powers and Jason Vickers. And Becky, you're going to introduce.
I'm going to introduce.
Okay.
Yeah, so we actually have the pleasure of introducing 2 new people tonight. We had 2 openings. Sarah Cunnan, who used to be engineering technician, as you might remember, was recently promoted into the Public Works Department. And then our other engineering technician, Cindy Seal, went to go work for a local engineering firm. So now I have the pleasure of introducing Riley Powers and Jason Vickers. I'll start with Riley. Riley is originally from Illinois, and he received an environmental studies degree and a GIS certification from Northern Michigan University in Marquette. And actually, while he was in college, he worked for the city of Marquette as a GIS tech. And so he's got a lot of good GIS skills, and he's already shown that off quite a bit in his short time with us. So roughly 2 years ago, he moved out to the area and has been working at a firm called Carollo Engineers in Reno, Nevada. And actually, in fact, before he took that job about 2 years ago, I actually tried to hire him as an engineering intern, and he understandably took that other job, but now we've got him, so that's a win for the town. So Riley lives on the west shore of Lake Tahoe with his significant other, Brooke, who is an AmeriCorps member at the Sierra Nevada Alliance. In his free time, he likes to mountain bike and ski. He actually volunteers in his free time for the Adaptive Ski School at Achieve Tahoe, and also teaches mountain biking at Tahoe Donner. So with that, I hope you'll join me in welcoming Riley. And then Jason actually grew up primarily in the Dayton, Nevada area, and he has a geological engineering degree from University of Nevada at Reno. He recently was working at REMIC, which was as an assistant project manager / project engineer on a very large construction project out in Incline Village. It was, and by large, I mean the footprint itself was 15,000 square feet. So it was a big project that took a long time to get through. But now he works for us. He lives with his wife, Mia, and his 2 4-month-old twins and 3 cats. And so I'm not sure how he has time for hobbies with all of that, but he does have a few. They include playing the guitar. He also likes to take apart and fix electronics. He also likes gaming. And then this one I find particularly interesting because he finds coding, as in like computers, relaxing. And so I have a feeling, needless to say, I have a feeling he's going to help us quite a bit in taking advantage of some technological advances in the engineering division. And he's already had a bunch of great ideas as well. So with that, I'd also like to welcome Jason.
So welcome, Riley and Jason, to the town of Truckee, and great to have you as part of the team at the town. As with all new employees, we always give an opportunity. If you want to say anything, you're welcome to do so. You don't have to, but if you do, we've got a live mic up here, so up to you. Okay. All right. That is 99% of the time. That's exactly what happens. So, all right. Again, welcome. Okay. We're going to open up our presentation item for any public comment. If anyone wants to comment on Riley and Jason, now is your opportunity. All right. We'll close public comment, and Any comment from anything from council? Anyone? No? All right. Okay, so we are now going to go on to our consent calendar this evening. We've got a few items on the consent calendar, actually 3 items. We have item 6.1, which is the minutes of the November 12 and 26, 2019 council meetings. We have item 6.2, the Truckee Chamber Integrated Marketing and Communications Plan, the quarterly report. And item 6.3, the rail yard balloon track crossing maintenance agreements with Union Pacific Railroad. So would any member of council care to have an item pulled for discussion? Staff? Any member of the public? Okay, so we'll bring this back for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, consent calendar carries. All right, so at this point in time, we have a reorganization of our town council. This is a once-a-year event, and you are all here for this. This is the only day of the year when you're going to see 2 mayors at one time. So this is an important event in that the mayor is really the face of the town, represents the town, speaks for the town at all kinds of events, from Veterans Day to Memorial Day to our town workshops. So tonight we're going to be selecting the mayor. The town of Truckee, we have a council manager form of government, meaning that we have a full-time town manager who runs the day-to-day operations of our town, oversees that with all of our department heads and the team at the town. Whereas our council, we are 5 elected officials, elected at large, and we set policy and regulation. And once a year, we rotate who serves as mayor. We select among ourselves, and we also select our vice mayor. So that's about to happen right now. So with that little brief overview and explanation, I'm going to call for nominations for mayor.
I'll nominate David Paulvey.
Okay, do we have any other nominations?
No, I will second that nomination.
No seconds are required, apparently. It feels like there should be a second, but no seconds required. Okay, so any other nominations? Okay, so with that, we have 1 nomination for mayor, and that is Dave Paulvey. So all in favor of Dave Paulvey as our next mayor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, congratulations, Dave Paulvey, our new mayor of Truckee. This is our local democracy at work.
You guys you're not off the hook till the next agenda item, I think.
Actually, now the new mayor, Mayor Paulvey, calls for nominations for vice mayor. Here, I'm going to pass
I have
you.
my cheat sheet.
Oh, you have it? Here you go.
I got the other cheat sheet.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, you're right. I thought you stayed on for this whole part.
I am no longer the mayor.
He's not happy or anything. You can't tell. It's a relief. So I will ask for nominations for vice mayor.
I would like to nominate Anna Klofstadt for vice mayor.
Any other nominations? We don't need a second. No. Great. So we have 1 nomination. It is Anna Klofstad, and we will. We just call for a vote, apparently, right? That's what we do. Sorry, it's going to be my first meeting here as mayor. I'm going to have to catch up fast. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. And congratulations to our new vice mayor, Anna Klofstad. And we're now going to have a couple of short presentations. So I'm going to hand it back to former Mayor Tierman. You're next. You get to provide any words to council, to the audience, or to the new mayor, future former mayor. Yes, everybody.
Okay. Well, I just want to say that it has been a true honor to have served as mayor this past year, and I can't believe a year has gone by as quickly as it has. I'd like to thank my fellow council members for their collaboration, their support. I think we've got a very collaborative and respectful council, and it's with that kind of collaboration that allows us to get things done here in Truckee. So I'm feeling really good about our council. Also would like to thank staff. We have a terrific team. I've gotten to know many of them over the course of the last year, actually since being on council. And everything from our public works department to our police department to community development, administration and finance, our town attorney, our town clerk, our town manager. We have a top-notch team, and it's been an honor to work with everyone at the town of Truckee, and we are in great hands thanks to the professionalism and engagement and hard work of our team here at the town. So I want to say that. And also want to thank everyone from the public. We have a very engaged community. People come out. We have events all the time, workshops on climate action, on resiliency, on housing. And it is so reassuring to see how engaged our community is. And I think having an engaged public is a critical part of how and why we get things done here in the town. So I think we have a lot to feel good about here. A lot's happened over the course of the last year on the housing front, in terms of climate action planning. We continue to see improved infrastructure in our town. Donner Pass Road is far more walkable and bike-friendly than it used to be. We continue to enhance and support and promote our downtown. We're also involved in a vision of a new library in town in Truckee, so that's one that's shared by many. So I, again, just want to say it's been a true honor to have served, and I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I want to wish our new mayor, Dave Pallavi, the very best. I think he's going to do a great job, as well as our new vice mayor, Anna Klovstadt. So pleasure to be up here with you for another year. Thank you.
And you get to come to the podium one more time. Mic's already on over here. Look what we have. We'll show it off. Ooh, look out. So we have the golden gavel, I believe it's called, forever shrined. I'm just going to say a few words, but David, it's a great honor for me to succeed you as mayor. You're leaving quite large shoes to fill, as we've been talking for the past year, and just the most excellent and honorable job that you've done representing our amazing town of Truckee. I'm sure I'm not going to capture everything, but just some of the dedication to the town that you've accomplished just over the past year. This is just the past year. David's been serving for 3+ years now on council, but the creation of the Truckee Litter Corps, working with the planning department to improve their workflow and communications, cutting so many red ribbons for all of those great new businesses that opened up in town. David led the Sister City Committee this past year, participated in the General Plan Advisory Committee and the Climate Action Planning Committees, along with balancing a strong budget and allocating specific funds for housing, streetscape projects, and leading the way on the new town corporation yard. David and I actually met back in 2002. I was doing some work for his employer at the time, and we were putting together a report on road standards in other mountain towns in the West. I don't know if you remember that, but it's quite timely that we also have a few agenda items on road standards this evening. So it kind of harkened me back to when we first met. And, this was pretty mundane stuff, and I don't think either of us at the time fathomed we'd be standing here today as former mayor and future mayor, current mayor, whatever I am now. But really, the outstanding leadership, he's represented all citizens fairly and exemplified the true qualities of what it means to be the mayor of a town like Truckee. So thank you so much for your service. I look forward to working together in the coming year to achieve the rest of our council goals and really representing the citizens of Truckee on the path to making our community the best it can be. So this is for you.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to pass it over to fellow council members if you have anything you'd like to add to recognize Mr. Tierman.
I'd like to recognize both of our mayors up here this evening. It has been such an honor working with you, David. Your sincerity and your integrity just has been fantastic to follow and to participate in. I feel like you've really mentored me as a council member, and I needed that. I've only been here for a year, and I will remind the community, if you don't already know, that Dave Polivy has also only been here a year. We were elected together 1 year ago, and he was willing to allow himself to be catapulted into the vice mayor position, and now the mayor position. So the service to our community between these two, Dave and David's, is extraordinary, and I'm really grateful to be a part of this team and working with both of you, and that we have another year together to do so at the very least.
Try and face you guys here. So I am the new guy, and coming on board, I will say this. It's very awkward. It's very interesting to be appointed. There's a lot of existing policies and places. People are doing certain things. There's already relationships developed. It could have been very awkward in real life, but what happened was, David Chairman, your acceptance, the way you helped kind of bring me in was huge, and I think that kind of resonates about how you handle yourself throughout this community and the importance of what that does and how it helps a town stay at an even keel is really, really important. And I truly appreciate that open arms, easygoing, here you go, mentoring kind of relationship you kind of built with me pretty quickly. And Mr. Polivy, although we haven't known each other as long, your energy's great. And I think you're going to do great. And I think it's going to be, this town's going to be in a good spot with you at the helm, standing up for us and saying the things you do say and things that are important to you, and mostly it's all coming from a place of in your heart that's pretty genuine. So congratulations, both of you.
Just real quickly, one last thank you. My wife, Lorna. Lorna is right here. I'd like to thank her for her support, for her patience, and for leaving the lights on at home after late nights. So thank you so much, Lorna.
And before we move on, if anybody from the public would like to make a comment on any of that, please step up to the podium and do so. Seeing none. Are you sure? Okay. Well, I'm going to take over for the rest of the evening, and you're all going to have to bear with me. It is going to be my first time running one of these meetings. Although I've been chair planning commission before, this will be a bit different. So we're going to move on to item 8.1, acceptance of the annual financial statement and audit report for fiscal year 18-19 with Nicole Casey.
So we're going to have our auditor actually start off this presentation and just give you a little brief overview of what they did and what their role is in the audit and some of the audit results. And this is Justin. You have to push the little button.
Let me do that again. Good evening, Mayor, new Mayor, council members. My name is Justin Williams. I'm the audit partner for Munn CPAs. Your annual financial statement audit has been complete, and I'm here to present the results of that audit. The audit was for the year ended June 30th, 2019. One thing I'd like to remind council members, members of the public, members of management, financial statements themselves are the responsibility of management, and it's our job as the auditor to come in and form an independent opinion on your financials to let the reader know whether or not they're fairly stated. So a little bit about our audit process. We break up our field work, the time that we're actually out here doing work, into two different phases. The first one was in June. Big part of this time of the field work is we're looking at your internal controls and the processes that you have in place. If we're going to have any recommendations on how to improve things, it's usually as the result of this time of the field work where we're looking at the different controls that are in place. Some examples of the different areas we look at, and this can go for almost any organization. We look at cash receipts, the revenue process, making sure there's proper controls, sign-offs, approvals. Same with disbursements, expenditures going out of the town. We look at the payroll and HR function, make sure that the pay rates are properly approved, the payroll process is getting done accurately, timely. And then the financial reporting process as well, where we're looking at how the day-to-day operations are accounted for in your accounting system and then are reported and ultimately roll up into your financial statements, which we form our opinion on. Next phase of the audit, the year-end phase. We are out here in November doing that. It's this phase of the audit that I think most people think of when you think of an audit. It's testing of the numbers. We're testing year-end balances as well as activity that occurred throughout the year. Some examples of the different types of tests we do. Cutoff testing, that's a big one. Oftentimes, organizations are really good at doing day-to-day transactions, but when you get to a cutoff period, in this case June 30th, there's different types of entries that have to be made to make sure that things are being recorded in the proper period. So there's a higher risk of error. So the auditor is going to concentrate a lot of work on that cutoff testing, looking at transactions that occurred after year-end as well as before year-end to make sure they're recorded properly. Another example of a test, confirmation of balances. We send out third-party confirmations to financial institutions. We do debt confirmations. They get sent back directly to us, and essentially we're confirming balances that you've reported on your books to make sure they agree with those third parties. Analytical review procedures. That's where higher level types of tests that we do where we're looking at comparisons of variances from year over year, see if there's anything unusual. We do different ratio analysis. And if there's anything that doesn't meet our expectations, then we'll do additional testing. And then detailed transaction testing. That's really looking at detailed transactions that occurred throughout the year as well as at year end and tracing them to source documents to make sure they're properly accounted for. Another big part is the single audit. I'll talk about that in a second. And then the review of the financial statements to make sure that they're being reported in accordance with all the standards. So as a result of that audit work, in this case, there are 5 different documents that we issue. Our audit opinion, which is our independent opinion on the financial statements. Government audit standards report, the single audit report, which is the federal report, and then 2 separate letters, communication with those charged with governance, the youth council, and then a separate management letter as well. We'll quickly go over the results of each of those. The main one is, as I mentioned, the independent auditor's report. This is our opinion on the financials to let the reader know whether they're correct or fairly stated. 4 different types of opinions that an auditor can give. Unmodified, qualified, adverse, or disclaimer. Unmodified is what you want, and that's what we have here for the town. It's a clean audit opinion. It tells the reader that the financial statements as presented are fairly stated in all material respects. Our report goes on for about a page and a half to tell you that, but the main thing is that that's an unmodified opinion. Good news. The next report we issue is the Government Audit Standards Report. This is also known as the Yellow Book Report. The main thing to know here is if during the course of the audit, if we identify any deficiencies in your internal controls, we're required to put them in one of 3 levels. Material weakness is the most severe, which is a major breakdown in controls to the point that the numbers themselves could be misstated. Significant deficiency is a step down from that. And then there's control deficiency. So if we have any of those deficiencies that are considered to be material weakness or significant deficiency, they have to get reported in this report in a prescribed format. If we have some other recommendations that don't meet that level, which we do here, we have a couple, they get reported in a separate management letter report. So as you can see, good news, no material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, or compliance exceptions for the audit. Next one, we issue the single audit report. Any organization in the United States that receives more than $750,000 in federal funds has to get this additional single audit. It's additional tests that the auditor is required to do to make sure that the federal funds are being spent in accordance with the grant requirements. This year, we tested 2 different grants, the Community Development Block Grants and the Home Investment Partnership Program grant. Again, good news here, unmodified or clean opinion on those, no material weaknesses or compliance or significant deficiencies noted on those either. Good news. Also issue a separate letter. In addition to our audit opinion, we're required to let council know certain other things in accordance with the standards. So this letter accomplishes that. Nothing significant going on here. We're required to let you know what estimates are included in the financials. All financial statements are going to have some sort of estimate. We're just required to let you know what they are. The OPEB, the other post-employment benefits, and the net pension liability, those are both considered estimates because they're based on actuarial studies. And then depreciation, just by the nature of depreciation, it's considered to be an estimate. If we had any difficulties in performing the audit that maybe wouldn't necessarily show up in the results in the form of a modified opinion or significant deficiencies, examples of that could be delays in the audit, delays in getting information. We would let you know that in this letter. And as you can see, there were none. And we just had one audit adjustment. And that had to do with, it was a reclass adjustment essentially, so there was no effect on the ending fund balance or net assets of the town. I mentioned earlier that if we identify some deficiencies in your internal controls, and if they're major, they're considered material weakness or significant deficiency, they go in that Yellow Book or Government Audit Standards Report. We had none of those. We had 3 other general recommendations that can go on this management letter. There was an error in the GAN limit calculation. That was subsequently corrected and then reapproved by council, but we're just required to let you know that. And then we had the payroll accrual and bank reconciliation. That was the result of our testing of that. That was that audit adjustment that essentially had no net effect, but it was a grossing up. And then the other recommendation we had was to update the federal grant procedures manual. There wasn't anything that rose to the level of an actual compliance exception, but our recommendation is to update the language in there to make it clear that it's in compliance with the uniform guidance requirements. So in summary, we had the unmodified opinion on the financials. Good news there. It's as good as it gets. No material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. Single audit was clean. No findings related to that. We had the 3 management letter comments or recommendation, and then just the 1 adjusting journal entry. So overall, very good results. We test a whole lot of transactions, and as members of finance over there can attest to the amount of information that we require them to provide to us and then ultimately test to end up with good audit results like this. Definitely says a lot about the quality of the staff you have here. Any questions?
Any questions from council? Or do you have anything to add, Nicole?
We actually have a separate presentation for you.
Separate
Yes.
presentation. Great. Any questions?
Just a
First.
quick reminder, what's the GAN limit calculation again and the significance of it?
No. So what it is, it was a limit for revenue, and the idea of this was that it would limit local government's ability to raise taxes on its constituents. So there was this revenue limit that's put into place that nobody ever hits. So it's kind of a pointless calculation, but the idea is we're required to do it for compliance purposes. And essentially it takes a limit less certain factors such as capital projects and things and comes up with a number that the town or any local government in California can't hit that revenue limit. And it goes up just a little bit each year based on population growth and other factors. But again, it's but you don't ever see anybody actually go over that limit, but the intent of it was to limit town's ability to impose significant amounts of taxes or charges on its constituents.
It was imposed in the 70s in conjunction with Proposition 13.
Okay.
So,
All right. And then just about what percentage of the transactions are you looking at? Is it 1%, 10%?
Oh man, I'm not sure I could even really say. I mean, it really depends on the area we're looking at because we're required to do a risk-based approach. So we look at the areas that are considered to be riskier, we're going to test a lot more. Areas that traditionally have very low chance of error or fraud are not tested as heavily. So it varies by fund, it varies by area. Some areas in particular funds, if there are a small number of large transactions, as an example, in that fund, we're going to end up testing probably all of them. If there's a lot, like utilities or something, there's a lot of small number of transactions, percentage-wise, we're going to end up with a small amount because we wouldn't test thousands. But then in those cases, we rely on different types of tests, such as ratio analysis, to see if things look different. So I couldn't give you a real good number of actual percentage, but other than it depends.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Thank you for that explanation.
Any other questions on that? No? Okay, staff, back to you.
So we know that your guys' time is very valuable, so we're going to pack in all of the finance-related stuff that you need for like the next 2 months right here in this presentation. So we're going to start with a review of our comprehensive annual financial report. We're going to do a quick financial status update for the quarter ending September 30th and give you a quick preview of our budget, which is going to be starting here very quickly. We're going to go through the content of the financial statements, some results for the fiscal year that just ended. We want to just briefly go over the management letter that we received. Then we'll look at the quarter ending September 30th. I'll give you a quick budget kickoff, and then we'll ask you for your approval. So this is the content of the annual financial report. This is the first year that we've actually prepared a comprehensive annual financial report, which is a step up from the annual financial report. It includes some statistical information that we haven't included before that's supposed to help the reader get a more in-depth analysis of the town. Not the casual reader probably, but people that do read financial statements on a regular basis. So this is just the typical layout for our annual financial report. The items that are in bold were prepared by our auditors, and Justin went over those reports as part of his presentation. The independent auditors report is where they give their opinion on the financial statements, and again, we got an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that auditors can give on government financial reports. For somebody who is new to reading financial reports, the management discussion and analysis is a good place to start, as it gives a narrative analysis of the results of the year. If you are interested in the other sections, they're very interesting. So our government-wide revenues, this includes the general fund, our governmental funds like Brickell Town, Measure V, Measure R, and our proprietary business type funds like solid waste, building and safety. Our top 3 revenue sources for this fiscal year included property tax, charges for services, and contributions and grants. Charges for services does include the amount that we collect for solid waste, which is a pretty high number, a couple $1 million. So that's included there. And the contributions and grants does include one-time money that we got for impact fees for the large projects that are going on. So that, that number could fluctuate year on year. Our government-wide expenses by category, the 3 top categories were public works, which includes our snow removal, and last year we had a very big winter with very high snow removal costs. Our second biggest category is public safety, so that includes our police officers, and the third biggest category is general government, so that includes the town manager, the town attorney, admin services, HR, IT. There are 2 governmental accounting standards boards that we just wanted to point out that are included in our financial statements. They dictate how the town has to account for our pension and other post-employment benefits. They report the town's portion of any unfunded liability related to those benefits, and there's significant note disclosures related to those. So if you wanted to dig into that, you could see note 4 in the financial statements. There's about 5 pages worth of information about those. The effect on the town's financial position is represented in the government-wide balance sheet. So for the pension, we have a $12 million unfunded actuarial liability. And for our other post-employment benefits, which is basically we give employees access to retiree health care. We don't pay for their health care, but it's just the town's portion of providing that access to them is about $534,000. The change for this year, both liabilities decreased slightly, and that was due to we got investment returns that were higher than the expected long-term rate of return in both those plans. For the period, 2017 was the measurement period. It's very confusing, but that's just the way that actuarial information comes through. So as you can see, even though we got a little bit more than we were expecting, it didn't have a significant increase. So these are big liabilities, but they're not something we're expected to pay right now. They're supposed to decrease over time as we continue to get investment returns that meet our long-term expected rate of return. So we wanted to go over some of our results for the year. In the general fund, we want to look at that third column for fiscal year 18-19 actuals. We did get revenues, more revenue than we were expecting, and that was primarily due to returns, our transient occupancy tax returns. We budgeted for about $3.4 million, and we ended up closer in the above the $4 million range, which we think is primarily due to the very good snow conditions we had last year. And so that bumped up our net operating revenue to $9 million, which built on our positive ending fund balance of $37 million highlighted in red at the bottom. We did want to point out that next year, in the fiscal year 19-20, the year we're currently in, we are expecting to spend about $12 million on capital projects. So while we do have a very strong ending fund balance, we have already allocated that money towards a lot of projects. We need to keep that in mind as we move forward. This shows us how we have our ending fund balance allocated out. You guys have given us some direction on how you want us to earmark some of these funds for for different future projects. We also have a almost $7 million general fund contingency, and we have that available in case of any emergency situations. So we have the road maintenance reserve, which is what we use to make sure that we have adequate funding to keep our roads in good condition, and then the other designations are earmarked for the specific type projects that they are called. And then this slide is looking at the ending fund balance for our proprietary funds. We have 4. They include parking, transit, solid waste, and building and safety. So these funds operate more like a private entity in that, like, they attempt to generate revenue enough to cover their expenses. So all 4 funds ended the year with a positive ending fund balance. The transit fund has a negative undesignated position, and that's primarily due to that recognition of that GASB 68 pension liability. In our building and safety fund, we continued to build on our contingency. In that fund, they want to make sure that in case we had a major catastrophe here, that they had enough money to continue operating if they weren't bringing in a bunch of new revenue. So good things there. We wanted to quickly go over the management letter. The management letter identifies areas where the town can improve internal controls or processes. Justin identified the one journal entry that they identified for us, and that was really like a cutoff journal entry that we missed, and it was due to the timing of cash flows. There was no net change to our net position, and we made the journal entry as soon as the auditors pointed it out to us. For federal purchasing standards, the federal government has stated that you have to have specific language in our purchasing policies. Our guidelines make sure to say, like, we're going to follow whatever the specific grant says we need to do, and that's what we follow. But we have to make sure that we're in compliance with the language requirements. So there won't be any change to our process, but you'll probably see something come through for those purchasing policies. And then again, we made the correction to the GAN limit earlier this year. Switching gears, we're going to look at the financial status from the quarter ending September 30th, 2019. We have received our final property tax letter from the Nevada County auditors, our tax collector, and we're going to be coming in slightly lower than budgeted, about $40,000 or $60,000 lower. So we will have to factor that in. On our sales tax, we have received an update from our sales tax auditor, and we will be coming in slightly higher, about $10,000 higher than we expected for the year. And for transient occupancy tax, we have some preliminary results for the September 30th quarter, and we got about $1.3 million for the quarter ending September 30th. So that's July, August, September. So that's a big summer quarter. If we factor in that quarter and then kept all the next 3 quarters the same as last year, we are expecting to come in about $4.2 million for the year. We budgeted about $3.4 million. So that's great. And as you can see, this first quarter came in 3.7% higher than the same quarter last year. So, looking good. The State of California Auditor's Office analyzed 471 California cities to identify cities in possible fiscal distress. They looked at factors like liquidity, debt burden, general fund reserves, pension and OPEB obligations, and fiscal policy adherence. If you are a 1, you're the highest risk. If you're 471, you have the lowest risk. And Truckee ranked 441. So we're in the top 6% of all cities in the state of California for lowest financial risk. Or fiscal risk. So that's good. And we wanted to just quickly kick off the budget. Yeah. So we wanted to quickly kick off the budget. So the budget will begin. The budget process will begin in early January. It does take about 6 months to prepare the town's budget. It's going to start with meeting with council, a 2-day offsite retreat where council will go over their priorities and objectives that they want the town to focus on for the next fiscal year. In March, the town staff will submit their draft budgets, and we will meet with council for a 4-hour meeting, tentatively scheduled for March 30th, where we'll go over any constraints that we're having so council can help us redirect our efforts and get us to a balanced budget. In April, town staff will meet with the town manager for a week where we'll go over an in-depth budget review and hammer everything out. On May 11th, another tentative date, we'll have a 6-hour workshop with council where we'll go over the preliminary budget. And on June 9th, we'll bring the proposed budget to council for adoption. The May 11th meeting and March 30th meeting are open to members of the public if you have an interest in the budget and want to give your input. And with that, I'm going to open it up to any questions. I know that was a lot of information, so.
We always have only been through one budget session. Definitely one of the most interesting parts of our role, I would say, for sure. Any questions from council, from Nikki or Justin, if he's still here, which it doesn't look like he is. Never mind. So any questions for Nikki or anybody else in her department?
No, I just want to say thank you very much. That was a great teaser to what we have to come.
Yeah, same. I mean, to be in the top 6% in terms of physical health, that's pretty amazing. And I think, credit to all of you and what we're doing. So we're doing something right. So
yeah, thank you very much. Any public comment?
Actually, I'll
sorry, Tony.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
I'm down here. I forget about.
Yeah.
So I was gonna actually kind of affirm what Dave just said. I think physical health obviously is the number one thing for any entity, survival or not. Good health is it gives us the ability to make a lot of good choices and have the opportunity to have, I'm listening to the word here, but just to be able to have the choice to be able to make these kinds of decisions and move forward and do stuff that's good for his town. So from being, again, I haven't been through the budget yet, but from the outside looking in the last few months, it should make every citizen feel really good, no matter how they feel about government, is that it's healthy. This is a really healthy town, and we're in a really good position. So kudos to all those who've been working hard on this.
Yeah, echo all of that. Open that up to public comment. Any comments on this particular agenda item? If you have a comment, come on up to the podium, please. State your name. And after you're done, fill out a speaker card in back. As a matter of fact, for any agenda item tonight, if you do wish to speak, there's some speaker cards on the back table. You can fill that out and hand it over to Judy, who's raising her hand right now, after or before you're done speaking. And state your name before your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mike Cook, Donner Lake. Nikki, just have a question for you, if you could elaborate. That was about a 20% increase in revenue on transient occupancy tax. What does staff believes driving that? Is that honesty among vacation renters, or is that just growth in the area? I'll take the answer offline if that's all right.
So so in public comment should be directed to council, and then if we have follow-up questions, we can ask on your behalf. It's not like a conversation between the public necessarily and staff. So ask your questions, and we'll be happy to follow up on some of those for you as well.
Redirect that question to either mayor.
Sure. Yeah. And did you have any other comments just before you lose your 3 minutes? But
no,
yeah,
just looking for some elaboration on what.
Sure, I'll give my color and then I'll pass it over to staff a little bit if you guys have an answer. But I think it's an increase in visitation. So it was generally snow trends and winter trends show an increase in lodging. It's also an increase or just a we're doing a better job of compliance with transit occupancy tax reporting. So we're just seeing higher compliance rates, ease of compliance, things like that. Don't know if you guys want to add anything to that.
Yeah, we have, for the past couple of years, we've been contracting with a company called Host Compliance that has allowed us to find a lot more people that are renting and get them into compliance. Additionally, we've started accepting credit card payments, and for some reason, we've noticed in Placer County noticed the same thing, that people are more likely to pay when they have a credit card option. So that factored into it. The good snow conditions, and then also the transient or the Truckee Tahoe Tourism Business Improvement District has also been marketing Truckee as a tourism destination. So all those factors play into it.
Quick follow-up on that. Does that TOT include the 2% business that? So the 2% is on top of that TOT tax. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other public comment? Great. Oops, sorry. I can't turn my microphone off anymore. I'm so used to doing that after I speak. Going to close public comment on that agenda item. It looks like we are looking for a recommendation. So any other council deliberation, now is your chance. Otherwise, look for a motion.
I'll go ahead and move that we accept the annual financial statement and audit report for fiscal year 2018-19.
And I'll second that.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Thank you. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you to Nikki and all of your team over there. I'm just going to leave that on, apparently. Moving on to item 8.2, annual trails update, paved trail maintenance and amenity sponsorship program. Becky, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. So my presentation, I'm really kind of smushing 3 presentations into one tonight, talking about 3 things related to trails. Be doing the annual trails update, then talking a little bit about paved trail maintenance, and then finally with the amenity sponsorship program. So just starting with the trail maintenance, trails update. We do this every year. We do an update to council and to the town as a whole about what's going on with trails. So why do we do this? It's really just something that started when we first adopted the Truckee Trails and Bikeways Master Plan. It's a chance for us to give you an overview of what's been done in the past few years, give you an update on current trail projects, and then discuss future projects. So the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan it's a planning document. It's a long-range vision for all things related to trails. The last update was done in 2015. It was originally adopted in 2002, and there were updates in 2007 and 2012 as well. The last update was developed with a 17-member stakeholder committee. We had 8 workshops, and it was also approved by the Planning Commission and Town Council. And one of the things that as I mentioned, that's identified in the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan is to do these annual updates. I think you've seen these maps before, but I think they're just they do a good job of showing how far we've come in building trails in the town. So when we incorporated in 1993, we essentially had no paved trails in town. In 2002, we really didn't have much except for maybe some paths around the MacGyver roundabout. In 2007, when we did our first update to the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan, we had quite a bit more, and now we have 21 miles of paved trails in town. So where we're at right now, like I just mentioned, we have 21 miles of paved trails. Those are usually Class 1 trails. That means they're separated from the road. We have 62 miles or 31 road miles of Class 2 trails, and those are the bike lanes that are basically the stencil with the bike on the shoulder. And then Class 3 trails or bikeways are the ones that are signed, but the intent is that either there's a really narrow shoulder or the bikes are sharing the road with the vehicles. There are Class 4s too, but we don't have any in town. And those are separated bikeways. So just a little quick update on some of the progress we've made in the past year. We're here a few times recently to talk about the Legacy Trail. Phase 4 would connect the Phase 3 part, the current Legacy Trail that's at the Truckee River Regional Park, and it would go essentially from the Palisades Drive intersection through the hilltop development along the south side of the Truckee River, and eventually would cross over the Truckee River and then connect to the trail that we built as part of the Mouse Hole, the pedestrian undercrossing on the east side of 89. I think a couple things to note on this trail segment. We did get CEQA complete in July, and just in November, the U.S. Forest Service signed off on the NEPA document, which is the federal environmental compliance document that we need to move the project forward. And then also, as we discussed with you all in September, there has been a new opportunity that's come up on this segment of trail where the Bright property, the land trust is in the process of trying to acquire a portion of land, which will allow us to add kind of a connection to this segment of trail to get a connection from the east-west connection into downtown Truckee with maybe a new bridge over the Truckee River. So that's something that our design consultants are working on and laying out at this time. So that's a quick update on Phase 4 of the Legacy Trail. We also have some new trails that have been built or are going to be built soon. There's a large development occurring right down the road here for a grocery store. And as a part of that, just under a mile of trail was built. It's not 100% complete, so it's not open, but it will be finished up in the summer. And a CFD was created, so we'll be maintaining that. So it's going to provide a good connection here for us at Town Hall over to the sports park and to the Legacy Trail. So I'm personally excited about it. The Coldstream specific plan, the construction hasn't started, but the first phase of the Coldstream project, which is accessible off of Coldstream Road just east of Donner Lake, would build a number of trails at build out of the plan, but the first phase would build a trail that would go from the development and then connect, go up Coldstream Road and then a short distance on Donner Pass Road to connect to the Donner Memorial Park. Driveway there where it would stop. But at build out of the Coldstream specific plan, we'll get about 2 miles of additional trails, and that would actually be like the final segment of the Legacy Trail. So when that piece comes through with Phase 4, you would have a trail that goes all the way from Donner Lake to Glenshire. So that's pretty exciting. The Martis Trail, not in the town of Truckee, but it's connects to our trail system. It's right out here, so it's probably worth talking about. There's the segment that was recently constructed where it just sort of ends just south of the town of Truckee plaster line. And there's a couple other segments that are under development. Kind of continuing from where it ends, there's a segment that is probably going to get built in 2020, extending it to the edge of the Army Corps property. There's some issues with they're still working through some of the permitting issues through the Army Corps property, so there'll be a section that will be left out, but then this section 3B, so this segment 3A, which is through the Army Corps property, won't get built next year, but segment 3B, which would connect up to North Star, could. And then there's another segment 3F that would connect from essentially where North Star Drive and 267 meet up to the parking lot. I'm sorry, it would connect Phase 3B up to the parking lot, is under development and could potentially be shovel ready in 2021. So, within the next few years, we might have a trail that goes all the way to North Star. And then the Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway, in October of this year, a section of the Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway opened up, which actually, it was pretty significant. It was a 15-mile stretch, and actually means that you can actually bike on the dirt from Truckee all the way to Reno now, which is pretty exciting. And Janet Phillips, who's been leading that project, she's pretty proud about what she's accomplished. I think she was here last year for our Trails update. But there's some other segments that still need to get done to get all the way to Pyramid Lake, but you can get all the way to Reno now. I hear it's more uphill than you think from Truckee. So, so now moving on to trail maintenance. So that was just sort of, there's no action on the annual update. Just wanted to give you that. So on trail maintenance, again, there's not necessarily an action on this, but we wanted to provide you some information about trail maintenance and how it's currently occurring, at least for paved trail maintenance, to help inform you as we're entering the budget process and to make some decisions. So again, so now moving into the trail maintenance, this map kind of, I think, encompasses a lot about what I want to talk about tonight. The black lines here show all the paved trails that are maintained by the town and funded by the maintenance that's funded by the town. All the different other colors represent the trail maintenance that occurs by various different private entities, whether it be a homeowners association or a private property owner. So there's 19 different private entities besides the town that are maintaining trails throughout. And when I say trail maintenance, what that means is routine trail maintenance, like sweeping it and picking up litter. For the town, it also means snow removal. And then there's the long-term, pavement maintenance. So that's, crack sealing or sealing it every once in a while and repaving it when it needs it. So let me make sure. Okay. Oops. So, sorry, I'm skipping. There we go. So I just wanted to show you a few examples of the trails that we have throughout town. And I'm going to start with some of the ones that the town maintains. And they're not all perfect, but then I'll also go through some of the ones that are privately maintained. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these. I just wanted to quickly run through them just so you can get a feel. So Truckee River Lazy Trail, the one that's up by Frishman Hollow, this is one the town maintains. There's Trout Creek Trail, which is also town maintained. Here's an example of one that's parallel to Pioneer Trail. It's privately maintained. This is also the one that parallels Pioneer Trail. Comstock Drive. As you can see, there's some gravel that in some places that is built up and hasn't been swept. And then this one actually is Grace Crossing. So there's different varies. So the town maintenance is relatively consistent. The privately maintained trails, it's a little bit less consistent. And again, I just want to reiterate the one thing that's worth noting again is privately maintained trails their snow removal is not occurring on them, but the town maintained ones, we are doing snow removal. This is one that's parallels Palisades Drive. So this graphic here just shows, again, the black lines show the ones that are maintained by the town. The green lines show the privately maintained trails. And then what I wanted to show with this is moving forward with some of the trails that are coming down the pipeline, the funding of that trail maintenance is a little different. So for something that the town is proposing, or the town is the sponsor or building the trail, like the phase 4 of the Truckee River Legacy Trail. The idea would be is once that trail is built, we would likely fund it using Measure R, general fund, the maintenance of it. Some of these other private developments that have come in, like the PC3 Georgia Ranch, Soaring Ranch development over here on the east side, or the Coldstream specific plan, CFDs have been created to help fund ongoing trail maintenance. So moving forward, if we kind of keep going the way that we're going, our recommendation would be that we would continue to, when we can, to create those CFDs to help fund ongoing trail maintenance. What happens with those CFDs is the properties are generating the revenue to fund the trail maintenance, but then the town is actually doing the trail maintenance. So it provides more consistency. So I want to spend a little time on trail costs. I had some really special math in my staff report where I added 15,000 to 6,000 and got to 26,000 magically. So I just want to quickly, and Anna, thank you for pointing that out. But what I just quickly where some of the numbers that were in the staff report came from. So we went through some of our past budget and found that our routine maintenance, which includes snow removal, is about $15,000 per mile per year. Pavement preservation and rehabilitation, we were estimating to be about $6,000, and that's annualized. So of course it costs a lot more than $6,000 a year to pave a mile of trail, but over the 25 years that it might last, that's what it works out to be. And then I added an additional 5,000 of contingency, which is a pretty high contingency, but that was really meant to capture price fluctuations. It's hard to really know what, as we know, slurry seal costs have changed and pavement costs fluctuate quite a bit. There are some things that, as the trails age, some improvements that we haven't quite seen play out yet, so there might be some drainage improvements, and those might not be the types of things that are already captured in our ongoing budget. So that's what that number is. But if we kind of look at what we're currently paying, it's more in the $21,000 range. But if you add the 21 miles of trails that are in town and multiply it by the 26,000, you get about $546,000 per year for trail maintenance if you were going to do snow removal on all of them. So in the staff report, we talked about 4 basic options to think about for trail maintenance. So the first one is just kind of continue with our existing approach. And under this option 1, we would continue to maintain. The town would continue to maintain the trails that were built by the town, and then the private development would continue to do the trail maintenance on the private trails, which would either be funded by the property owners, the HOAs, or a CFD. And under this option, it's a minimal additional cost to the town, so that's a benefit, but it does result in some inconsistent trail maintenance standards, and it wouldn't include snow removal on all trails. And it does take a fair amount of maintenance of enforcement on staff's part to try to, when we get complaints about trails not being maintained, we're actually in the process right now of reaching out to a couple of property owners, but it does take some time to try to continuously try to keep that the maintenance going. So a second option that was identified in our staff report was to reach out to the private property owners and potentially work out private agreements where we would maintain the trails for a fee. So the property owners would pay the town essentially to include those trails in our maintenance. It would be neutral in terms of the financial impact to the town, but we would need the property owners to voluntarily participate in that option. We might need to require additional maintenance staff if we went this route, and it could result in a fair amount of administrative work setting up the agreements and then the ongoing billing, but we could potentially capture that with a fee. If that was a route to go, setting that up would take some time, but that's an option. And actually, I will note that we did have a public comment come in from Lisa Holland that I think essentially her comment was that she wanted the property owners to be responsible for funding, but she did like the idea of either having that the maintenance being funded through a CFD or the private property owners, but she did like the idea of the town maintaining all the trails. The third option that was in the staff report is that the town could provide all the trail maintenance and at no cost to the property owner. So as I mentioned before, that comes with a pretty substantial price tag if you were going to do all the routine maintenance and the pavement maintenance and the snow removal. It's about $546,000 a year if we were going to include all 21 miles of trail. We're already currently doing 12 miles of trail, so it's about 75% increase from that, but it would be an additional cost. One of the things that we could do to try to manage increases to this cost as we go through time is for all new trails try to establish CFDs to take care of those additional establish CFDs for all those additional trails so that it doesn't actually increase the amount of trails that we are funding that way. And then option 4 is just sort of a catch-all. You could do a lot of you could do a lot of different hybrids of all the other options. So the town could decide to just do snow removal on some of the trails and pay for that, or we could work out agreements with the property owners where we're just doing routine maintenance, but they're doing the long-term pavement maintenance. So there's a lot of different variations that are possible, and it's just and there's a lot of different costs that we could come up for all those different alternatives. So I guess tonight, if there's direction or some thoughts from the council that there's some additional information that you would like going into the budget process, that would be helpful to hear. So now I'm switching gears again to move trail maintenance, and we're talking about the amenity sponsorship program. So this is actually something that was initiated in 2014, believe it or not, so it was a while ago. This is something that we worked with the Trails Foundation. I'll note that Allison Pedley's actually from the Trails Foundation, and Paco Lindsay are in the audience right now. Basically, what this program is it would set up a system where folks could essentially purchase a plaque or put a plaque on a trail amenity or a feature like a bridge in exchange for a monetary contribution. So the idea is that the Truckee Trails Foundation would manage the program, and the amount that would be paid for each plaque would be based on the cost it was to install the amenity or the feature. So And then there'd be administrative fee. So the administrative fee to run the program and to put the plaque on would go to the Trails Foundation to run the program. And then the actual installation cost of that amenity would then go into a fund that could then fund future trail construction or an amenity installation. So this idea was, again, it was, brought up to us a while ago by the Trails Foundation. We've kind of been working on it over time. We had a committee that was formed that met in 2018, and we drafted a program. Which is essentially the program that you have attached to your staff report. If all the features and amenities that were identified in the inventory were included and people wanted to essentially to sponsor them, it could generate $1.6 million total, but we don't know exactly what the level of interest is going to be. But all the different amenities range in value from $1,000 for a pet station where it's got the bags, or a bridge, which would be a much more substantial cost. So, and this is just sort of a map that shows kind of all the different amenities and where they are that are in the inventory right now. And the idea is on an annual basis, the Trails Foundation, we would update this amenity and they would keep track of which ones had been adopted and which ones hadn't. So, and keep this inventory up to date. So really, jumping around quite a bit on trails things, but just to summarize it. So our recommendation tonight is first to just accept the annual trails update presentation, and then receive information from staff regarding the long-term paved trail maintenance and provide any input or direction on that you might see fit. And then finally, the third item, which is really the primary action item, is to authorize the town manager to execute the Trail Amenities Adoption Program Agreement with Truckee Trails Foundation. That I'm done.
Jeez. Thanks, Becky. That was great. That is a lot of information. I think what we'll do, maybe just for our organizational sake up here, is we can do questions on all three. We'll do public comment on all three. And then when we bring it back for deliberation and direction, we'll just pick off each one and try to handle each one individually. So, any questions from council on any of the three items that was presented to us?
I asked this earlier, and I just want to confirm that Measure R currently does not have a requirement for a percentage spent on maintenance versus construction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great.
On the Trails Amenity Adoption Program agreement, I'm trying to, this is probably more for Andy, but I'm trying to understand the actual relationship. This might be a technical thing, but with the indemnification clause that was in the contract, just trying to understand the relationship between the two groups, because I didn't really understand why have the indemnification clause the way it was written.
What we're always trying to do with almost anything that we do is we're trying to reduce risk to the town. And I don't think that there's a lot of risk that could arise from this, but just in case there was some kind of plaque that was not installed properly and injured somebody, or it was partially coming off and injured somebody, or something else bad happened and injured somebody, we just don't want the town to be liable to the extent that we can avoid it.
I get that. I guess for me, it's just trying to understand the relationship. Acting as the idea is that I don't know, good deed service in a sense they're doing for us, and why are they picking up liability when that's kind of really on the town?
I mean, that's entirely a policy decision for the council. If the council would rather cut that out, you certainly can. It's not a problem at all.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Becky, when you were talking about the CFDs or community facilities districts as a possible vehicle for looping in some of the privately maintained trails, the ones that are privately maintained today, would such a setup, are there any sort of geographic limitations? In other words, could one CFD sort of in one fell swoop pick up all of the privately maintained trails?
I might ask Andy for help on this, but it would be difficult to have one that, because it's based on a boundary. So, and if you create a CFD boundary, it depends on if you have registered voters in a CFD boundary. They are the actual voting. They're the ones that may have the votes. So if there are no registered voters, it goes to the property owners. If there are registered voters, it goes to the registered voters. And I think you can do an assessment district, might work potentially with a larger one, but I think you might have some of those same issues to create a large boundary like that.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's very hard to do really big CFDs unless they're kind of pre-cooked, like being formed by a developer in advance of selling anything in a development. But once an existing area exists and you're trying to add it into a CFD, it's difficult to get people to vote to pay the CFD tax. So an assessment district is a possibility, a CFD is a possibility, but getting people to vote in favor of it is the tricky bit.
So it'd probably be more of a patchwork of small CFDs, very geographic specific to.
It could be, and the obstacle to doing really small CFDs is that there are some formation costs and there are administration costs that are not inconsiderable. So usually you don't want to do a tiny CFD if you can help it.
Okay, thank you.
And I think just to clarify that, in my staff report, what I was trying to suggest with the CFDs is if we have new development come in to try to make sure that use CFDs when we can for that for new trails.
Okay, so there's no silver bullet CFD that could grab all of the. Okay.
That'd be interesting. Just a couple quick questions for me. Becky, on that slide where it was 26,000 per mile, that's an all-in maintenance cost. If we were just doing snow removal, for example, that's just the 15,000. The other numbers are if we were to take over maintenance of the entire trail.
Yeah, so the snow removal is about half of the total routine. I mean, I'd have to go back and, let's say it's about half of the 15,000, so it might be 7,500 per mile. So it's, yeah.
Okay. Measure R Fund sunset when?
I think it's 2024.
24, yeah. And then do we have sort of a budget plan for that through 2024 and beyond that we'll probably talk about in the budget process, I assume, but that it allocates all of those funds? Do we have a fund balance? I guess how much contingency is in there to put if we were going to choose one of those other options?
We have a significant fund balance right now. It's anticipated that that'll be needed to build some of these long-term, high-profile construction projects we're working on. Legacy Trail Phase 4. There's some trail connections up in Tahoe Donner that are in the trails plan that are high priority, and some other trails in the Martis, not the Martis Valley, but out near Tykert. So there's definitely less Measure R money than there is construction demand, if that makes sense, for projects in our trails plan. So any money that goes to maintenance is directly that much less for construction.
And then two more quick questions. I've seen a ton of trail counters out recently that you guys have been putting out on all of the major thoroughfares. And where's that data feeding into? And are we starting to see any patterns with regards to like some of the trails being more heavily used or potentially some of the segments, especially on some of those private counters? Or are the counters all pretty much on I've seen them on the Legacy Trail in a few different spots, but are they like, are we counting anything on any of those private trails, like the one going up to Pioneer from the Trout Creek Trail, for example?
We actually did this past year, just knowing that you're trying to get a feel for where what the usage is on some of those other trails. So we've been collecting that data, and we've actually done a little work to try to kind of estimate what the winter usage might be as well. But yeah, I think Grays was one of the ones that gets more usage, and the one on Pioneer Trail gets a fair amount of usage. We have that data that we can provide.
Yeah. I think that'd be good as we kind of go forward, at least in my mind, with what some of the stuff that we're doing. And then I read on the amenity sponsorship, my last question was just on the corporate sponsorship piece. I think in our staff report, or back when the whole thing first started, there was a desire not to have corporate sponsors, and was just looking for a little clarity on that. And I noticed the set language, which I think is good. Hey, choose what you want on your plaque. There's a menu of 10 things, but just a little clarity on that corporate sponsorship, just because, being a small business owner and having a lot of business interest, I think would be a benefit, and I'm not sure we would want to exclude. I didn't know what you meant by corporate, I guess, in the staff report, or maybe in the previous staff report from when this thing first started.
So I think our idea was to keep, by addressing the sort of, maybe not having a giant logo printed on a bridge or something, the idea of just keeping it to like the plaque and keeping it pretty minimal. And you could put a business name on it, but I think the idea was not to have logos or anything like that. So we're minimizing the previous direction that we received from the council and from the committee was that we didn't want it to seem like, want to take away from the fact, make it seem like the amenities were built by these sponsors, that they were kind of the result of a lot of the community's work and the town. So I think the way to address it, not to seem so corporate, was to just keep it to the plaque with a business name as opposed to a logo or something larger.
So we're okay accepting businesses to sponsor those plaques as long with the language is set. I guess I read it as there was sort of this there's a conflict with the desire for business sponsorship or not. But business sponsorship is any money's good money.
Right.
You just have to limit your language.
Yeah, I think there's some language in there that says it can be a person or a business name.
Got it. Great. Thank you. No other questions from council. We will open this up to the public for any public comment on this item. If you do choose to make a comment, please state your name. Make sure you fill out a speaker card, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Allison Pedley with the Truckee Trails Foundation, and I'll take each of these points. First of all, thank you, Becky, for a great report. It's always fun to hear these every year. I've been with the Trails Foundation for about 10 years and just can honestly say the town has just done a fabulous job over the last 10 years building out the trail system, and every year it feels better and better. Paco and I got to go out with Dan and Jessica on the new section of Phase 4 of the Legacy Trail a couple months ago, and I just want everyone to know you're in for a real treat when that gets built. It's every bit as fabulous as what's already out there. So we're really excited. Second of all, for maintenance, we've talked a bit about this with the town in the past. Having consistency in trail maintenance, we think, is really important. At this point, I think we'd want to look at the numbers and talk with the town a bit more about what specific direction to go into, but we definitely support consistency, and we would really love to see everything cleared of snow. This is a hardy town that likes to run and bike even when it's 10 degrees outside on the trail, so I think it would continue to get a lot of use. And then finally, on the amenities program, yep, it's been several years since this got started. It's been a complete turnover of town council, obviously. And this wasn't even our idea. It was the idea of some of our members and our donors who said, hey, it's just kind of funny that the town doesn't have, opportunities to sponsor benches like a lot of municipalities do. And so the idea actually came from the public. And I think it's a big win-win for us in raising some revenue for the town. So I hope you'll consider it. Thanks.
Thanks, Allison.
Hi, I'm Susie Tarnay. So I just wanted to address the long-term paved trail maintenance. I just wanted to ask the town council to please consider a more formal method for trail maintenance, much like what Allison said. The voluntary private maintenance is not terribly reliable right now. So that we didn't provide snow removal and maintenance is sort of a gross oversight that needs to be remedied. When a development goes in, the street maintenance plan has to be in place. So I agree with what Becky said, that moving forward, we should definitely have these CFDs in place for developments that are upcoming. It's hard when you talk about, Dave, you talked about what the usage is. It's hard to determine what your need is by your usage. Some folks will say, well, nobody bikes in the winter. That's kind of like saying, well, we don't need a bridge because nobody's swimming across the river. You need investments in that infrastructure in order to increase the usage of that infrastructure. I just want to really quick show you, I don't know if you guys can see from there, but here's a picture of a school in Finland. It's negative 17 degrees Celsius there, and it's entirely packed full of bicycles. So if kids in Finland can do it, we can do it. Sorry, let me pull up my notes again. There we go. Also, I want to note that Swedish cities clear their sidewalks and their bike paths first because they have found it is a more equitable way of making challenging weather safe. Road clearing tends to favor the wealthy. So to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, we need to get people out of their cars, and we need to change our current norms. Cyclists and skipping. So in addition, there's also some studies that show investment in bike infrastructure makes direct fiscal sense as well. Cyclists and pedestrians are much more likely to stop into local businesses than automobile drivers. If we continue our current combination of town and privately funded maintenance, we need to have a more concrete method of enforcement other than what sounds like maybe Danielle and Jeff giving people a stern look. So thanks so much, and let's move forward with this.
Thank you, Susie. Careful.
Hello, I'm Paco Lindsay with Truckee Trails Foundation. New Mayor Pallavi, Town Council, Town staff. I just want to add that I also want to support that, we look at the options. That the way we're doing the maintenance, I think, is quite commendable. The town is doing a great job. Being a pretty avid trail user myself, some of the trails that aren't maintained by town are kind of suspect at times. One quick story I'll say, I was riding with some national level women up here on the bikes back in the women bike racers back in July. And we went out the Legacy Trail, and they were like, oh, wow, this is fantastic. We kind of went out to Stampede, and then we came back through kind of Gray's Crossing and whatnot. And they went, what happened to these trails? So I use that for example, that we do have a pretty big disparity. So I would like to see that addressed. The other thing I can say is, with Truckee Trails, many of us stepped out of Truckee Trails and people from the community. And I was campaign manager for Measure R, which passed by 76%, which shows that people in Truckee love trails. They tax themselves a quarter-cent to have trails. But one minor concern I have is I'd like to make sure when we rein this in that we do get a fair distribution from people that are responsible for it. The CDFs, what do you call that now, excuse me, that are responsible, because even though it's not stated in Measure R, I think the concept of Measure R was 80% construction and 20% maintenance. That was sort of, I think, kind of a stated where we want to go. It wasn't written that way, but that was kind of the concept. Snow removal, I can say, to address snow removal, I love it. I think it's fantastic. I think Dan might agree with me. Many of us sat around at a table after Measure R passed going, well, should we plow or not? And some people said, no, we should groom it. We should snowshoe on it. So people have some really good, alternative comments. And to town staff's credit, we started plowing it, and people love it. And we should do more. But my one just kind of concern I have on closing is that, if we start doing all of this extra maintenance and whatnot, if all of a sudden Measure R is getting really chewed up into maintenance, and then we start building the Legacy Trail towards Down Lake and whatnot, I hate to start having a big shortfall here. I'll gladly step up in 5 years from now when this thing sunsets and we have a conversation on re-upping it, maybe even going higher. But until that happens, we do have kind of a limited amount of money. So I just want to make those comments to you guys. But once again, thanks for town council, town staff, and the town of Truckee being a trails town, because we're doing it and we've come a long ways. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Paco. And we're going to hold you to that chairmanship for Measure R Part 2. So make sure you're ready.
Whoa.
Sorry. Any other public comment on that item? Great. Closing public comment, bringing it back to council. Let's just kind of chew these off one by one so we don't get too bogged down. Any comments on the first item, the annual trails update presentation? Great comments. None.
Really well done.
Good job.
Thank
yeah,
you.
We're
Love
all
your graphics.
and we're all really thankful for all of it as well. Two, probably have a couple more comments. So maybe just some thoughts here. I don't think you're looking for any particular action. You're looking for a little bit of just general direction to take to the budget meetings so we can figure out what to do next.
The goal was to make sure you all were aware of this private versus public thing that we've got going on. And, I think suggest that, every year when you do your annual priority setting, there's a lot of things that you're trying to chew off for the community. This is not something that's just a small, spend a couple weeks on it, figure it out kind of a thing. It's a bigger thing, requires some stakeholder involvement. And I think our suggestion would be kind of throw that in the bucket as part of the broader goals you're establishing for the next year to decide whether this is something you want to try to dedicate resources to figuring out at that point in time, as opposed to trying to get too far down that path tonight. But that's up to you as a council in terms of where you want to go with that.
Thanks, Dan. Any comments, maybe starting down with Tony on some direction there, or just thoughts?
Well, I'll try and, it is a pretty complex conversation. So I kind of feel consistency is really important. And as anyone, I think Baca said it, anyone using trails, it's difficult. I think one of the pictures showed a lot of gravel. Anyone on a bike becomes it gets a little more dicey. So to me, to have some sort of consistency throughout town, this is part of our plan, we're going to do it. Let's do it right. Let's do it. Be consistent. I have personal kind of conflicts of how do I feel about. I have no problem with if development's going to be putting a trail in, and that's part of the plan. But if it's for public use, I kind of started going down that road. I'm a little more. I'm not as clear how I feel about it, but I started questioning what a town's role should be, and I believe the town should have more involvement in the everyday maintenance for all trails. Who should pay for it? That's where it kind of gets a little bit more for discussion, continued discussion, I think. So that's kind of where I stand.
Great. Thank you.
So if I were to have my ideal, I would choose door number 2. I think first of all, we do want the trails to be plowed. Our community enjoys them year round. And from what I can understand of the development agreements that installed those privately installed and privately maintained trails, snow removal was not part of the deal. So if we want that, we need to do that. And I'm willing to prioritize that in the budget process. I can see that we're spending staff time trying to inspire those privately maintained and constructed trails to keep them adequately maintained. And I personally would just rather see staff time being put towards creating a long-term solution to this issue, rather than just continuing to try to find a way to inspire them to comply. So that's why I would advocate for that option number 2, accepting the responsibility of the cost of the snow removal upon ourselves.
Yeah, before I comment, I just wanted to go back to Paco and Allison and thank you for having been drivers of where we are today. I think your efforts way back when, working with staff here, have been really instrumental to going from 0 to 21 miles of paved trail and bike lanes. It's pretty amazing. I've lived here since 2000, so thank you for that. And Susie loved the Scandinavian Finnish examples as well. Those are great. I say yes to taking a more uniformed approach to trail maintenance in our town. I agree with Anna. I kind of gravitate and like option number 2, where we would find some sort of way to universally maintain all of our trails, including snow removal. I think the trails are getting tremendous use when they're plowed, and I think it's a good thing. And I think we should focus on making that happen across town. The option number 2 was geared at finding a way to maintain those trails, but getting the private entities who are responsible for the maintenance to in essence pay a fee back to the town. So I think that's a reasonable approach. And I think when we get to our budget discussions early next year, would be inclined to find some way to help spur that along through our own budget process.
Great. I believe generally aligned. I would only caution, I think that's a big annual number to jump all into. I think a long-term strategy would be great. And, Paco did mention his comments, a continuation and potentially an increase might be one of the answers to try to get there in the long term. Option 2 is good. I do also believe CFDs or assessment districts, we have to continue with those, and kind of in the option 4, in the near term, and to my trail counter comment, to me, it seems that we could probably take a tiered priority approach to some of this, at least in the near term, in order to balance some of the budget constraints and issues, and maybe identify, kind of a core maintenance plan, and then sort of a secondarily and a tertiary maintenance plan. Kind of the further we get out from the core, I think, one of mine and Lisa Holand said it in her public comments, specifically sort of that Pioneer Commerce section up to Alder Creek, to me, would be a high priority. Sort of connecting the Legacy Trail to the schools would be a great first step as a high priority, and then sort of seeing where we can get from there on out. But I would say that's probably sufficient direction for now. You guys feel good about that? Anybody want to add anything on that point that wasn't mentioned? Anybody opposed or have any comments on the Trail Amenities Adoption Program? That seemed fairly uncontroversial. Questions, comments?
No, I think it's obviously any kind of fundraising mechanism to help provide funds for any kind of trail stuff is great, and if we can do it in a manner such as that's great. My only comment, which was about regarding the indemnification, is we can talk about that later. But I just like, if it's a partnership of where it's really our deal, and they're doing us that we're doing something for us. I think it's kind of town's deal. That's where that question kind of came from. But
yep, great. Anybody else? Yeah.
I think this is a great way for the community to show support for the trails and these specific features. And then also, conversely, I think it's a great opportunity for people to connect with the community. And so I'm all in favor of the amenity program.
I agree.
Great. Well, then I'm looking for a motion to accept the Trails Update presentation and authorize our town manager, if anybody would like to kick us off.
I will make the motion to accept, where is it here? To accept the Trails Update presentation. And what was the rest of that?
The third bullet.
Third bullet. And authorize town manager to execute the Trail Amenities Adoption Program agreement with Truckee Trails Foundation.
I'll second.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Great. We're at 7:47. Let's take a 8-minute break. We'll reconvene at 7:55 for item 8.3. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie.
we're gonna get going again. Tom, we're good back there? Yeah. I hear myself. Great. Thank you, everybody. We're going to move on to agenda item 8.3, petition to the Truckee Town Council regarding drainage in the Green Point subdivision. Just to set the stage so everybody's expectations are met, here's how this agenda item is going to go. We're going to hear a staff report first. Any clarifying questions from council? Welcome after the staff report. We're then going to hear from the petitioner, Emily Cashton. She and her team will have 10 minutes. That is 10 minutes total to present any new information. We'll have some more clarifying council questions after that. We will then move to public comment, of which each member of the public who wishes to speak on this item will have a 3-minute segment to do so, and then we will proceed to deliberation. Thank you for following along with that, and we will hand it over to Dan Wilkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for that introduction. The topics that I'll cover in my staff presentation will be the basis of the petition. I'll provide some history regarding West Reed Avenue, some information regarding how West Reed Avenue fits into the broader context of the town road system, some information on the town's road acceptance policy, which is really what this topic focuses on, is road maintenance, and then a bit of information on prior town assistance relative to this issue, and then Andy will provide some framework on legal issues related to road maintenance and what the town's obligations are. So for reference, this is Donner Lake right here, where the cursor is, Interstate 80 here, Donner Lake Road, which was actually constructed by Caltrans at the time Interstate 80 was constructed, and then that was subsequently passed on to Nevada County for maintenance and then handed on to the town after that. Donner Pass Road along Donner Lake here, and West Reed Avenue is right here. West Reed Avenue provides access. There's a total of 76 parcels that abut West Reed Avenue. Slightly more than half of them also abut Donner Pass Road, and then the balance of them are on the uphill side of West Reed Avenue, where the only access that they have is on West Reed. So the petition that was received by the town, the primary basis of it was concerns regarding drainage problems on West Reed Avenue due to a suggested lack of oversight and enforcement of Town of Truckee permits. So the types of permits that the town issues that potentially have an effect on drainage, one type is encroachment permits for driveways. So if someone's building a new home and they're constructing a driveway to provide access to their structure, it'll have a tie-in with the road, and then how that tie-in is constructed has the potential of affecting drainage. On West Street Avenue, we do issue encroachment permits for new homes that are constructed. And it's one of the more challenging areas because the existing drainage patterns and the definition of the drainage on West Street Avenue is not strong. Some areas of town, we've got well-defined ditches, and it's very obvious that if you're building a driveway, you got to put a culvert underneath it to make sure that the water passes along the road properly. Some areas you have very shallow ditches, and it's kind of obvious that you build a swale. West Street Avenue, the drainage patterns are not as well-defined, so the best form of encroachment is more challenging there to make sure it happens in a way that doesn't alter drainage patterns. We also issue encroachment permits for utilities who are doing work in the public right-of-way. So one of the things referenced in the petition was when Southwest Gas and the Truckee Donner PUD installed water lines and natural gas lines in West Street Avenue, it was suggested in the petition that when they restored the roadway, they didn't do it properly, and that some of the drainage infrastructure was impacted. That wasn't the observation of the town inspection staff that was involved with that project, but that's what was suggested in the petition. We also require grading permits on private property. So any grading activity in excess of 20 cubic yards or in excess of 500 square feet of plan view area that's happening, a person prior to doing that is supposed to get a permit from the town. It doesn't always happen. There's grading activity that happens that's unpermitted in the community. Sometimes we find out about it, sometimes we don't. On West Street Avenue, we have not, well, in the petition, it was suggested that there were grading permits issued for grading activity uphill of West Street Avenue, and our records show that we've never issued any grading permits in that area. Other types, it's not really a permit, but other kind of regulatory roles that the town has relates to conditions of approval for development projects. So in the petition, it was referenced that there was a 5-lot subdivision that was reviewed and approved by the Truckee Planning Commission in the 2002-2003 timeframe, which is accurate. That subdivision was reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission. There were a number of conditions that were placed on that subdivision regarding drainage, infrastructure, construction, making sure that it was properly permitted and making sure that it didn't negatively impact downgrading properties. The issue is that that subdivision was never pursued by the developer. So when that happens, absent the project that the requirements are attached to actually occurring, the requirements can't be implemented. So if someone comes in and says, hey, I want to do a subdivision, we say, great, you can do it as long as you do all these other things. If they don't actually do the subdivision, they also don't have to do all those other things that come along with it. So there may be some confusion on that point because the petition seemed to suggest that because those conditions were created, but since they were never followed through with, that somehow the town was being negligent. The reality is because the project didn't move forward, there was nothing to require the landowner to implement. And then another topic raised in the petition has to do with utility work that was done by the Truckee Donner PUD that was also upgrading of West Street Avenue. So that was utility work that was done in a private easement that the PUD acquired from the underlying landowner. So that's work that the town doesn't regulate. So if a local utility company, especially a public utility company, goes and acquires permits on private land and then does construction on private land, we don't have regulatory authority over that. So anyway, those are some of the topics. And I went into quite a fair amount more detail in the staff report on each of those points. This is an exhibit that actually we prepared for a couple of property owners on West Street Avenue who approached us about a year and a half ago, who had some interest in trying to form a homeowners association to organize road maintenance funding out here. So what this exhibit is showing are number one, the parcels on West Street Avenue. So each colored block in here represents a different parcel. You see some gaps in certain areas. Those are actually parcels that have not yet been developed. So the yellow parcels represent land or lots that have houses on them that have driveways on West Street Avenue and only West Street Avenue. And there's 33 of those. The green blocks represent parcels that have access off of Donner Pass Road. So they abut Donner Pass Road and West Street, but their access is exclusively from Donner Pass Road. And then the shaded purple are parcels that have access, driveways effectively on both sides. And then there's also, as I mentioned, these undeveloped lots. So the reason we had developed this graphic is that if there was going to be some kind of an organization of the neighborhood to develop roadway maintenance funding, we felt that these would be variables that would be appropriate to take into consideration. A property owner that doesn't have a driveway on West Street Avenue might see less benefit from an improved West Street Avenue than a property owner who has only access off of West Street Avenue. So that's what this exhibit is. The utility grade that I mentioned in the last item is right here. So that's a grade that the PUD, I think it was an existing grade, and I believe the PUD added a water line and an electric line to it at a point in the past. Some history on West Street Avenue. It was created by the Greenpoint subdivision, which was created in 1925. The County Board of Supervisors at that point in time dedicated West Street Avenue as a public highway, so that's the actual language that's on the subdivision map. There's another neighborhood immediately to the east of this that's called the East Reed subdivision. That area has identical language in its subdivision map, and it was recorded, I think, in 1919. So this is definitely one of the older areas of town. That area, similarly, are not roads that the town maintains. The roads were never formally accepted by Nevada County for maintenance. They were also not on the county, or West Street Avenue was also not on the county maintained mileage list when the town incorporated. And then when the town incorporated, it basically accepted all streets for maintenance that at that time the county was previously maintaining. In the broader context of the town road network, the town maintains approximately 160 miles of road, and there's 47 miles of road in town which the town does not maintain. So this map demonstrates that. So the black lines that you see on this map, so this is Tahoe Donner, those all represent roads that the town currently maintains. The orange lines and the blue lines represent roads that exist in town that provide access to private properties that the town does not maintain. So the differentiation with the orange lines, those are streets that have been constructed within the past 15 years since the town road maintenance acceptance policy has been in place. I'll cover that in a moment. And these are all streets that were built to current town standards, where the subdivider at the time indicated an interest in the town accepting maintenance in the future. So these are streets that are built to town standards that in all likelihood would be accepted by the town at a point in the future when the property tax that's generated by the parcels on those streets is adequate to cover the cost of the road maintenance. The blue lines that you see on the map are streets that would likely have a very difficult time meeting a couple of, at least one, if not two, of the requirements of the road acceptance policy. Either they weren't built to the adequate standard, or the condition of the roads may be less than what the road acceptance policy would suggest is appropriate for the town to accept. So in that category, there's Wolf Estates, which is out here on the west end of Donner Lake, West Street Avenue, the East Reed neighborhood. There's some additional streets here that are sometimes referred to as the Rex Reed track. There's bits and pieces of streets on the periphery of Tahoe Donner that are in that private or not town maintained category. There's the Boulder subdivision and townhome project over on Deerfield Drive. There's the access road up to Sierra College right here. There is the Coachland Mobile Home Park, Winter Creek subdivision, a few roads in the Ponderosa Fairway Estates neighborhood, some of the roads up in the Prosser Heights neighborhood in the Stony Creek subdivision, Prosser Estates. Those roads are, again, they're public rights of way, but they're not publicly maintained. These are actually dirt roads that have some public access rights that provide access to private property that are not publicly maintained. And then the Meadows and Buckhorn Ridge out on the periphery of Glenshire, as well as the Strand. So there's a number of roads that are scattered about town where there are public rights of way, but where they're not publicly maintained. And West Reed Avenue effectively falls in that category with that broader group of streets. So the town roadway acceptance policy, it was adopted in 1994. It was last updated in 2015. The basic premise of the policy is that roadways being accepted should not create an undue financial burden on the general taxpayers at the time of acceptance. So the policy has three basic requirements. One is that roads be built to current standards. Another is that they be in a state of good repair. And then the third is that they generate adequate property tax to fund the ongoing maintenance. So the as it relates to that, we've had a number, I'll back up just a moment, previous and one more. We've got 2 or 3 subdivisions in town where we have current active dialogue on road acceptance. So there's the, help me out here, Jeff, the name of this subdivision. Pine Forest subdivision. Their homeowners association is planning to come to the town with a request for road acceptance in the next year, I believe. I think they've done the math and have come to the conclusion that the roads that they don't currently meet the road acceptance, the revenue neutrality portion of the road acceptance policy. The roads were built to current standards. We haven't gone out and done an evaluation of the road condition to know if there's any upgrades to the surfacing that will need to happen prior to acceptance. With Gray's Crossing, there's been a number of streets that we've accepted out there over the course of the last 5 or 6 years as they have met the road acceptance criteria specifically for the revenue neutrality. Some of those streets were required to be slurry sealed and or patched where there was some form of maintenance that had to happen to them prior to acceptance. There's this whole orange area here, that all meets the current revenue neutrality criteria. However, the surface condition of the streets is such that there needs to be some upgrades done prior to acceptance. So they came to us this past summer, and we did an evaluation and said you meet 2 of the 3 criteria. You know, you meet the revenue neutrality, you meet the built to the proper standard, but it doesn't meet the state of good repair. So we're working with that homeowners association to identify the upgrades that need to happen prior to acceptance. So those are some examples of how that road acceptance policy is currently being put in practice in other areas of town. So as it relates to West Reed Avenue, in about 2001, there was a group of homeowners, small group of homeowners that approached the town with concern about the lack of the condition of the road and the lack of an ongoing maintenance funding stream. So at that time, the town council approved $50,000 to do an engineering study of the roadway to basically come up with some construction plans that would provide an outline of improvements that could be made to upgrade the drainage and the roadway surface out there. And this wasn't a set of plans to take the 10-foot wide road and make it a 22-foot wide road or a 24-foot wide road to meet current standards. That would have been a whole order of magnitude different in terms of the cost of that project. And there's only a 25-foot wide right-of-way out there. So the reality of building a street out there that meets current town standards is quite frankly not existent. You'd have to literally move houses further up the granite slope to create the space. So just because of the structure of the original subdivision, it's really not possible to construct a roadway out there that would meet a current town standard. So what that engineering analysis did is it said, well, if you just go in and repave the road, regrade the road, replace the culverts under the road, and do some other things, how can you improve it to a better standard, but leave it effectively as a one-lane road, not turn it into a 2-lane road. So there was $50,000 spent on that, and then a fair amount of staff time working with the consultant on that, as well as that smaller group of the neighborhood. And then there was, at that same time frame, I'll jump to bullet 4, there was about 4 different times where the town council had dialogue related to West Reed Avenue and what role the town could play in assisting the neighborhood in generating funding from within the neighborhood to either improve or create a better maintenance funding structure for the road. At that time, the town council declined to just identify West Street Avenue as a publicly maintained roadway or to accept it as a publicly maintained roadway. Also in 2017, just a couple of years ago, the one end of West Street Avenue washed out during one of the flood events that happened that year. The police chief and I conferred at that point in time and decided that it was appropriate to do some emergency repair work just to reestablish basic vehicular access on West Street Avenue. So we spent just shy of $5,000 of town funds to perform that emergency repair at that time. And then we've also had an ongoing offer to assist in the formation of assessment district or HOA, basically neighborhood-based funding mechanisms. That basically the council direction back in the day was, hey, if the neighborhood's interested in working towards a more organized funding stream from within the neighborhood, we as the town should be open and willing to play a role in helping that to occur. So those are the forms of assistance that the town has provided. What we haven't done is routine maintenance. We haven't done snow removal. It's not on, we don't go out and do brushing and chipping. We don't go out and do culvert maintenance. And again, because it hasn't been accepted as a town maintained roadway. I'm going to let Andy speak to this slide. There's been various legal issues that have been raised related to West Street Avenue, and I'll let him cover those.
Yeah, so one thing that's important to understand here is that state law has for many, many decades drawn a distinction between a city or county accepting a roadway for maintenance purposes and accepting it only for public access. The courts in California have said that any road over which the public has rights to go is a public road, but that doesn't mean that it's a publicly maintained road. The courts have said that the public can wander around on it. A city or county can accept it for that purpose without accepting the maintenance responsibility that goes with it. Up until 1955, the law was that if a city or county spent money to maintain a road, they could, by that effort of maintaining it, they could kind of implicitly accept the maintenance responsibility for the road, which made some sense. In 1954, there was a case that kind of confirmed that, and in 1955, the legislature changed the law. So since 1955, the law has been that it doesn't matter how much maintenance you do of a street, if you're a city or county, the only way that you can end up being obligated to maintain the street, the only way that you can be deemed to have accepted it into your county road system or city road system is if you take some formal action to do that. So the West Reed neighbors at various points in the past have said, well, we think that the county used to maintain it. Well, we can't find any evidence the county maintained it before 1955, and if the county sporadically maintained it after 1955, that didn't operate to make it a county-maintained road, because again, it would have taken an action of the Board of Supervisors to do that. So what the town inherited upon incorporation was a public road, yes, but one that the county had only ever accepted for access purposes, but never for maintenance. So the town has never had a maintenance obligation out there either. There was, I think at one point many years ago, there was one erroneous reference in a town staff report to it being a private road. That's not right. It really is a public road. It's just not one that we have any obligation to maintain. And I recognize that may sound like splitting hairs and like something that only a lawyer could come up with. Yeah, I recognize that sounds goofy, but that is the state of the law. A number of court cases have said that, and the legislation itself says that. So that covers most of the bullet points up there. The only other thing I want to touch on is that there's been some suggestion that maybe the town is responsible for damage to West Reed or adjacent properties caused by either the owner of the Montano property, which the town did approve a subdivision of, or the PUD or Southwest Gas. And as Dan mentioned, the town is not responsible for work that either we had no hand in approving, such as Southwest Gas, such as the PUD for sure, on their land that they own. If we issued an encroachment permit to Southwest Gas, it's not our liability if they fail to follow the terms of the permit. And then with the Montano subdivision, because we never approved any work that was up there was done without town authority or approval, and we're not liable for that either. So nothing has really changed as far as we're concerned from a legal standpoint. Now, I recognize that there are other arguments besides legal ones, and the neighbors may make some arguments that are more like the town should do the right thing, or the town should take over West Reed for other reasons. And I'm not weighing in on that. I'm just telling you that from a legal standpoint, strictly legal, I don't think the town has any obligations regarding West Reed.
Okay, and then my last slide is really the recommendation that was in the staff report, which is to receive comment from the Greenpoint property representatives, clarify the status of West Reed Avenue as a non-town maintained public right-of-way. That was that nuance Andy referred to, this versus private street. And then reaffirm prior council direction that for West Reed Avenue to be accepted for maintenance by the town, it would need to meet the town's roadway acceptance policy, and reaffirm prior direction that if West Street Avenue residents are interested in forming a neighborhood-based funding mechanism, that we as staff should assist in that. And really the last one is that direct town staff to only spend time on this issue if there's new information that comes to light in the future regarding some of these maintenance or legal issues. And the reason we bring that up is there's been a lot of time spent restating, and restating the same basic information from the council direction that was provided in the early 2000s. And there's just a lot of town resources that go into the same conversation and the same provision of information. So that concludes our staff report.
Thank you, Dan. Any clarifying questions from council before we move on to the petitioner's presentation for 10 minutes? And we will have another chance to ask questions if you'd prefer to wait as well. You want to wait? Okay. With that, I'd like to invite Emily Cashton up to the podium over here. You will have 10 minutes. I believe Judy has a timer set to go.
I think
Wait till you get to the podium, because the people watching on television cannot hear whatever you are about to say. Please.
Okay. If there's an extra one, I'll bring.
A little housekeeping before we begin. I think you received some attachments. This is a copy of my discussion tonight, and it references the attachments that I think you received. I brought them over last week. The town issued encroachment permits to the TDPD and Southwest Gas without enforcing drainage requirements. On September 6, 2019, Dan Wilkins wrote, "The town doesn't feel that the filling of the ditches affects drainage," also stating that the town felt that the drainage structures were restored better than pre-existing conditions. But where is his proof? I was directly involved in the condemnation and rebuilding of the water system, which included regular site visits and meetings with Southwest Gas and the TDPD. The town permits required that the work shall in no way interfere with the drainage or established drainage structures. The drainage ditches were leveled, and many of the underroad culverts were crushed from the heavy equipment, as was identified in emails to the town, Southwest Gas, and TDPD in 2002, 4, 6, 13, 14, 16, and 2019. As a pattern, the town has not provided proper oversight for this and other residential encroachment permits on West Reed Avenue for drainage channeling and on-site parking regulations. Second point, a graded road in 2004 across the Montano property should have triggered a review or a red tag from the town. Mr. Wilkins wrote that nothing occurred to trigger a review of conditions of a negative deck, and that he was unaware of the grading, despite owners immediately complaining due to the debris, drainage diversions, and wetland disturbances, prompting a site visit in May of 2004 that included the town, Lahontan, Caltrans, and TDPUD, as well as owners. Mr. Wilkins states that it is unknown if the graded affected downhill drainage, but Lahontan required 3 reports, all sent to the town, with 1 dealing with the wetland disturbances and 2 dealing with significant drainage alterations causing erosion and flooding downhill. Mr. Lasbrook identified in 2002 that drainage off the Montano property was a critical issue. Mr. Wilkins cites that the TDPUD acquired a utility easement from the owner to install electric and water lines, but the only signed agreement between the TDPUD and Mr. Montano was in December 30th, 2016, identifying that the hillside would be restored and reseeded, which has not occurred. The Lahontan Regional Water Quality Basin Guidelines also were not enforced for reasons that I'm aware of, and I can share them with you if you'd like. With all this misdirected drainage during the Donner Pass Road and Bike Lane project, the town reduced drainage structures to cut costs, which has allowed sheeting of misdirected unfiltered petroleum, cobble, and debris to flow into Donner Pass Road and into Donner Lake. Third point, the town has made no attempt to properly manage drainage off Donner Lake Road, which has led to significant ongoing damage to West Street Avenue. Mr. Wilkins identifies that the town inherited drainage structures from Caltrans and that drainage patterns remain consistent. But he fails to mention that Caltrans was sued at least twice by Greenpoint owners who prevailed, one suit still being open. Specifically because Caltrans, in a cost-cutting effort, underinstalled drainage structures off I-80 above Greenpoint subdivision. Given that the entrance to West Street has been washed out twice, it's obvious that the drainage structures off Donner Lake are inadequate. Mr. Wilkins was aware since 2002 of the drainage problems off Donner Lake Road and has allowed damage to West Street Avenue due to a lack of maintaining the town's under-road culverts, as identified by town attorney Dennis Crabb. In 2017, at the insistence of the fire chief, the washed-out area was filled by the town with shot rock in order to maintain an emergency access. This resulted in multiple damaged tires and an unsafe situation for the public. Meanwhile, damage to other public roads was repaired by paving the road and installing drainage structures up and downhill on private properties. West Street has strategic utilities, electric, water, and telecommunications above and below the road that affect residents in the Donner Lake Basin, not just along West Street Avenue. Town alterations along Donner Lake Road have caused increased volume and velocity downhill onto West Street, causing pooling, ice, potholes, and damage to the road surface. Owner complaints have been disregarded. Fourth point, snow removal on public roads is a responsibility of the town. Mr. Wilkins states that since the town doesn't maintain West Street, the town has no obligation to provide snow removal service. But the LAVCO resolution 92-06 many times identifies, that's the incorporation contract, that services to be provided by the new town include, and I quote, all county roads, storm drain facilities, easements, and rights-of-way within the boundaries of the new town shall be transferred to the town and become the responsibility of the town, including road maintenance and snow removal. There is no exception identifying maintained or unmaintained because all public roads at that time were maintained. Greenpoint owners pay taxes for snow removal they do not get. The town identifies that snow removal from public roads is to keep the public safe, allow access to homes, and facilitate emergency vehicles. That's not happening on West Street. Mr. Wilkins identifies that the town attorney made opinions based on all available evidence in 203, 204, and 217. Consider this. Nevada County from at least 1910 to 1940 dedicated and accepted roads for maintenance by filling in a blank line on the subdivision map with the word dedicated and accepting the map in Nevada County Supervisor's minutes, which occurred to the Greenpoint subdivision map on July 21, 1924, Mr. Wilkins. West Reed was never abandoned and inherited by Truckee. It is the only public road of 313 public roads, 97 being non-conforming, that were inherited upon incorporation that was labeled public unmaintained. From 1910 to 1940, there was a one-part process, Mr. Morris. But after 1940, acceptance became a two-part process of dedicating and separately accepting a road into a maintenance system. In 1940, all previous accepted roads were grandfathered into the maintenance system and relieved of any design width requirements, which has been upheld in California streets and highway codes in 1937, 43, 55, and 62, and to date. In 1960, the state legislated that roads in densely populated areas were either public, to be maintained by public taxes, or private, maintained by interested stakeholders, at which time Nevada County abandoned roads or maintained them, period. Only public roads in remote areas were to be considered public unmaintained. It is simple to identify private or abandoned roads which have an APN number and public roads do not. A quick call to the assessor's office would clarify that West Reed has no APN number and is owned by the town. Despite this, since 2001, the town has continued to document that West Reed is a private road, comparing it to other private roads which have completely different legal requirements. A Rolodex card's the only available Nevada County maintenance records in which their road lists were annually updated, identifies West Reed as a public road and East Reed in the Lakeview subdivision as a private road. Surviving road lists after the 1987 fire have omission errors, data errors, and handwritten in roads, as well as many inconsistencies, which includes the 1991 Nevada County list, the only list the town used to determine their 1992 road maintenance inventory. The town maintains and provides snow removal for at least 10 roads not on the 91 or the 93 Nevada County lists. An example, Dolzura is a 14-foot wide, non-conforming road with no snow storage or drainage ditches, being one of these examples, yet there is no evidence that Nevada County resolution accepted Dolzura. Upon incorporation, West Reed was newly graded and paved with drainage ditches in receivable condition, but the town did not offer the road into the system and told owners it was private. West Reed is not formally maintained by owners. Owners carry out emergency repairs on an ad hoc voluntary basis. The town is not legally relieved of basic maintenance for safety and drainage, no matter what the town labels it, and the town takes considerable taxes for snow removal. In conclusion, the owners request that the town enforce permits and conditions to restore drainage ditches, repair culverts, mitigate drainage off the Montana Road and Donner Lake Road, repair West Reed, and provide snow removal on West Reed as required by their LAVCO contract, the Federal Clean Water Act, and the California Streets and Highway Codes that require to maintain drainage and keep the roads safe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
We'll get to questions, and you can stay close, and if we have any questions for you, we'll address them to you.
I sit in that chair
You
right
go
there.
for it. That'd be fabulous. Thank you. Then you're ever more closer so that you can answer those questions quickly. So thank you.
I and many of the neighbors really appreciate this opportunity to come before the town council.
Great.
Because for 16 years we have not been allowed this opportunity, and I thank you really a lot and respect this opportunity.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for this incredible detail. It's a lot of work, I know. So we're going to turn this back to council for any clarifying questions before we head to public comment. If there are obviously any questions after we have public comment, we can continue that, but maybe let's get anything that you'd like some clarification on. Mr. Tierman, former Mayor Tierman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Emily, and Dan as well, and Andy. A lot of information. I want to ask Emily a few questions first. The petition that was included in the request or the packet didn't have any signatures on it. Can you comment on that?
I actually have a list of roughly 40-some of, and there's actually 90 parcels. 45 on the uphill and 45 on the downhill portion of West Street. It's a one-way, I mean, it's a dead end. And I have a list of people that have, over the years, supported this effort. I try to be very clear that I didn't have the time to have them write back to say, yes, come and speak. So I'm speaking for, I think you've had a lot of input today and yesterday and during the week of other owners that have supported this platform. But since I didn't have the official signature, if you will, busy holidays, I cannot, in clear conscience, say who all has supported me. I think you've got a bunch of pieces of paper back there on that table that kind of give you an idea. But basically, when I pulled up a list on the people that have supported this whole effort, it was a good 2/3, if not more. And when Mr. Wilkins said that a few people came before the council, there were 2 people that actually came by. There was no outreach to any of the owners. And the town basically, he recommended there was $50,000 that should be used for an engineering plan. This was directed, and it's in one of your attachments. He and Mr. Crabb wanted to set up an HOA, and at that time they would then abandon the road. And to abandon the road, they had to do an engineering report. So that's the $50,000 he's talking about. It's basically squandered public money.
Okay, well, just the reason I was asking the question about the petition is normally a petition is signed by multiple people seeking the government to take action. And in this case, there were no signatures on the petition.
Oh, I didn't know it was required. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it's not necessarily required. I'm just saying normally the definition of a petition is something that encompasses many people wanting action and signing a document, which demonstrates that there's some sort of unity behind that.
Yes, yeah, and there has been a unity.
That's why I was questioning the petition. Another question, has there been any...
I think you have people in the audience today that will kind of confirm that.
Okay, thank you. Has there been any outreach to any of the utility agencies, Southwest Gas, the PUD? Sounds like they've done some work, but I'm just curious about any outreach that you've had or any other members of the subdivision with those agencies.
Well, yes. It's the answer to your question. I don't know if any of you are aware, but Donner Lake Water Company was the water distributor for 1,400 hookups at Donner Lake. And that went into a boil water notice for a year. And so I got behind that, and my friend Kathy Palucha and we got that water system condemned, and it was turned over into a receivership. And then we got it rebuilt in 3 years. So I was on committees that oversaw that and oversaw the work that went on. We have also reached out to at that point, you have in your documents a letter that I wrote to Ron Bassler as well as the town and the TDPUD that these ditches had not been properly restored, because I did a site visit with Mr. Bassler. And then, we've written since then. I did an outreach to the by the Lahontan. I was actually obstructed from by the town, and maybe Mr. Wilkins can talk to that, about a scheduled presentation I was supposed to do that all of a sudden at the last minute was canceled.
Okay, so it sounds like you've done some outreach to some of the utility
yes, sir, I
companies.
have.
Okay, and then why do you think why has there not been an assessment district or HOA formed to date with the Greenpoint subdivision? Why do you think that is?
Well, that's a good question. Subdivisions weren't required to have HOAs until the 60s. When in the 1960s, the state said, listen, well, in the 1930s, they went, everybody come on in, we want a tax base. So they were welcoming people. In the 60s, they realized, oh my goodness, there's been helter-skelter on how things are built. And we want to get more standardization. That's how the streets and highway codes started. Well, they actually started in 1936, but they were more formalized. And
I don't think we're looking for a history lesson. I think what we're looking for, to clarify Mr. Tierman's question, is you've had 16 years, you just mentioned, since the last time you were here in front of us in council when some of that direction was given to organize, and you're speaking on behalf of others. So I think what we're looking for is
why is there not an HOA?
Why is there no HOA? Why isn't there a formal formation of a group?
Requirement in 1960. And this was in 1924. So HOAs after the fact are very difficult to put in. That's the answer to your question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Was there something else that you need me to clarify?
No, I was just trying to move it along. That
okay.
we didn't need the 80-year history. Just we're trying to understand why there hasn't been any formal organization, whether it's an HOA, whether it's any type of backing. Right? You're coming to us in what appears to be as an individual, and we're going to hear some public comment, I know. And I think one thing we're trying to understand is, you know, officially there's 77 parcels. You say there's 90 parcels, but you're one person. So I think what we're just trying to get to is you had 16 years to give us some sort of group effort, right? And so that's just what we're trying to understand is what happened.
We've come before the council many times, and we've been obstructed from anything other than a 3-minute comment with no response.
But okay, thank you. We're going to continue on with some questions. If you have additional questions, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
None for Emily right now, maybe later, but I do have a few for Dan. So the width of West Reed is what, 12, 14 feet?
25 feet.
This is for Dan.
The right-of-way is 25 feet wide.
Okay, right-of-way 25.
Right-of-way is 25 feet wide. The actual road is probably between 8 and 10, you know, in terms of the pavement width.
Okay. And how many, there was an exhibit in our packet showing an aerial map, I think provided through the petition, showing drainage courses. How many do we know? Are there X number of documented drainage courses coming down the hill? West Reed.
It varies by time of year.
So there's some perennial things going on.
There's a lot of perennial drainage out there, and in the drier times of year, so the question is how many drainage courses? I guess if you counted up every single perennial that's coming down to that neighborhood, there's probably at least a dozen.
Okay.
There's some that flow more frequently than others.
But perennial aside, how about just sort of permanent drainage courses coming down? Do we know?
Like an actively flowing small tributary?
Yeah.
One or two.
Couple,
yeah.
Okay. All right.
And again, it depends on dry years versus wet years.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And going back to the private versus...
And the other thing is, I want to apologize a bit because my level of knowledge of West Street Avenue, again, per council direction in the past, we've never treated this as a town-maintained roadway. So there's a lot of technical detail questions that would be best answered most accurately with, if I had a list, you could go out and look at engineering documents, that kind of a thing. I'm just cautious about giving you the wrong answer kind of on the spot with no information in front of me.
Okay, and I apologize for this one came to mind today, and I know normally we try to get you questions ahead of time. Percentage of in the area north of Donner Lake that includes West Reed, do you have a sense of the percentage of privately maintained roads versus publicly maintained roads?
Let me...
Not town overall, but just this area of Donner Lake.
Let me go back to this exhibit.
Okay.
So again, this is, if we're talking about the north side of Donner Lake, I guess if you exclude Wolf Estates, which is over here, it's whether you include it or exclude it. I'm just doing a visual assessment here. So you've got Donner Pass Road.
Right.
So that's town maintained. You've got Donner Lake Road, which is maintained. You've got Cedar Point, which is maintained. Donner Pass and Donner Lake are more arterial in nature. So whether you want to include that in this percentage, or if you want percentage of residential, streets that are really designed to serve individual home sites and not serve a larger purpose. It looks like it's in the 60% non-maintained road. So you got West Reed, you got East Reed, you got Denton. There's a couple other street names in here that escape me. You got Robin, Oriole, Blue Jay, and a few other street names that escape me in here. And then you've got this area right here, which is town maintained.
Okay.
So that looks like it's on a centerline mileage basis, maybe in the 60-40 range, but
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. That's all I had for now.
Go ahead, Anna, if you got any questions.
Well, just staying in that, stay right there, Dan.
Okay.
So I've done a lot of walking and riding around Denton and all of that. That's a very, very steep road. I can't imagine it will ever meet our town standards. So how is that maintained? Is there property owners that contribute to the maintenance of that?
So the town doesn't play a role in the maintenance up there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not exactly sure if there's a homeowners association that organizes that maintenance, or if it's a loosely affiliated group of property owners who contribute into that maintenance activity.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because clearly they do maintain that. There was a recent improvement where they actually put concrete around a very steep curve.
I believe that the Rex Reed track over here, I believe there's a homeowners association.
That's the Donner Lake
or the Donner Lake track, thank you.
Yeah.
I believe there's a homeowners association in this area. And I think they actually own a piece of land on the other side of the Donner Pass Road and have
They
a
do.
little homeowners beach there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Cashton. First of all, I applaud you for your Truckee Day participation. Thank you for your service. One of my favorite events. I also want to commend you on an extraordinary body of work that you've prepared here. You're clearly very passionate, and you've done your research, and and I appreciate you taking the time to prepare such a detailed presentation.
Thank you very much.
So can you tell me, where do you access your road, your home, from West Reed or from the Donner Lake?
I actually am doing this just like I do Truckee Day as a community effort. I do not have drainage problems, and I access my road and pay for my snow removal on Donner Pass Road. Just like when I worked to get homeowners off of a 1-year boil water notice and get the water system rebuilt so people could have drinkable water. I'm a nurse. I was passionate about that. I'm passionate about this issue because it's for my community that I live in. And to address the roads that you were just talking about, they were abandoned formally by Nevada County in 1960.
Excuse me, you've had 10 minutes, so we're just going to continue with questions and keep some of that extra. Other folks, they can speak during public comment if they'd like to pick up on some of those topics.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Yeah, I am interested in hearing about some of the other public experience there. I think there is some real interesting challenges in that. I did drive it. I've driven it a couple times. I drove it last night. It is very narrow, especially with the minimum or with the snow piled up on the edges. And you do have fire hydrants, which was good to see. I was curious to see that. However, probably not the most ideal access to protect the homes in that area from that very narrow road. So just very interesting. Thank you very much. I think we'll listen to some more public comment.
Thank you. Tony?
Yeah, I don't have any questions at this moment. I'll hold now.
Great. Okay. With that, I'm going to also skip any questions that I have at the moment. Some have been addressed as already. We're going to move into public comment. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please keep it to 3 minutes. Please state your name, and please make sure you fill out a speaker card before you speak. Judy, we're good on the timer? Great. Thank you. And we'd like to hear from you. If you have about 5 seconds over, you're good. If you go over about 5 seconds over, I'm apologizing ahead of time that I will likely cut you off.
I don't have anything prepared. I'm Loretta Hitch. I moved onto Donner Pass Road. My house backs up to West Reed in 2003. And I am a second property owner. I actually live in Roseville. So I'm part of the revenue source that you have because I contributed to the TOT. I've rented it through Donner Lake Rentals, and so they contribute the money. So I actually make some revenue. Plus, my renters spend money in Truckee. So there's a little bit of a revenue source there. I do know that when I moved in 2003, there was a more defined ditch on the north side of West Reed. And as I drove up today to come to the meeting, I did want to address the other thing. A lot of us are second homeowners. That might be why we didn't sign the petition, because I'm not up here very often. I came up at Thanksgiving, and I'm up here now. But when I came up today to the meeting, I took pictures of the first 10 homes as I came on the north side, which is the uphill side. 9 out of the 10 homes had just had cutouts or new construction, so they had to be permitted. None of them had drainage into the culverts. All of them drained onto the road. I actually took pictures. There was one that had a DI. None of them had French drains or any kind of berm. 1 out of 10. I didn't go farther down the road to take pictures. And so my question is, I used to be in construction, and so I know there's permits. What happens when people don't follow the permits and it impacts the other homeowners? You wouldn't want somebody across the street from you building something that had drainage coming onto your property that you had to deal with. I don't have any drainage issues, but I do know that the street above my property, which I have access for parking there, is basically an ice rink in the wintertime because the water pools there and it has nowhere to go. It either comes down somebody else's property or it creates an ice skating rink. And so I think that you're talking about permits for utilities. If they pulled a permit and they're not following the permit, you need to make them comply. There's got to be some kind of culpability or liability or responsibility for the town to make it correct. And if it's not done correct, you can go drive by them right now. I have the pictures. Maybe they need to put drainage in. Maybe the homeowners needed to do it as part of the permit process. But the city signed off on those permits. And if the city didn't sign off on the permits, then it needs to be corrected.
Great. Thank you very much for your comments and your time. Anybody else?
Oh, yeah, I'll go.
Step on up.
Before my time, could I ask
respond to one question that was asked of Emily?
You can use your 3 minutes however you would like. You have 3 minutes, and you may use it however you want.
Jack Cashton. I'd like to address some of the issues that Mr. Wilkins raised in the staff report. He describes the ditches along West Reed Avenue as marginal and not filled in during the joint trenching project. We personally observed the ditches filled with excavated soil and construction materials, and we have documentation of the efforts that we made to have those ditches restored. Mr. Wilkins does not know when the Montana Road was graded. It was graded in 2004. Prior to that time, there was no grading in the area, and we personally observed this. He says it is unknown whether the work affected or altered downhill drainage. 3 separate consultant reports says that it did. The town has a moral responsibility to intervene when another agency alters drainage or causes environmental damage. The town should see that the Montana Road is restored to its natural contours or require it to be properly engineered to manage the drainage that redirects downhill. We are told that the drainage from Downer Lake Road is a continuation of natural downhill flow. In fact, the ditch on the north side of the road collects water from the large mountainside to the west of West Reed and channels it east, where it is directed into our neighborhood, either at the hairpin turn or through culverts. The culverts under West Reed Avenue are undersized, as Mr. Wilkins says. That's because those culverts predate the Donner Lake Road and were not designed to deal with the amount of drainage that Donner Lake Road sends into the subdivision. West Reed Avenue, West Reed Avenue is a non-conforming road. The town does maintain other non-conforming roads that were not on the road list at the time of incorporation. And we have documentation that the West Reed Avenue was on the road list, was left off of later road list without any action by the county to abandon or change its status, but appears simply to have been forgotten. Mr. Wilkins says that the funding source for maintaining West Reed is unknown. There are multiple $1 million plus houses along the road, and even the undeveloped lots are worth several $100,000. There's clearly more than adequate property tax revenue to maintain West Reed. The taxpayers of West Reed are entitled to the same services as other Truckee taxpayers. The council represents the citizens of Truckee, not town management. The council has a responsibility to see that the citizens are treated fairly and are protected from flooding to the extent possible. We ask that you, in that sense, review the materials we've submitted personally and look at what town staff says and what we say skeptically and decide for yourselves. Regarding why there's no assessment district, the main concern is liability due to the huge amount of water that enters our subdivision, and people have been reluctant to take on that liability, which currently is the town's. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Okay, I'm Dave Campbell, full-time resident here in Truckee. My partner Claire and I bought our place on the uphill side of West Reed back in July. We saw the road. You know, I drive a pickup truck. We have guests that come over to eat, and they go, gosh, town needs to work on that road of yours. And we're like, yeah, you know, it doesn't look like that's going to happen, actually. And the question is, well, what's going to happen then? Because the potholes are just getting bigger. I work for the biggest polished concrete contractor in the entire world. I manage all of their projects in Northern California, Northern Nevada, and Hawaii. We also manufacture plastic mortar. I could go out there and do it myself, but I'm like, is that really what this is all about here? That I'm out, like, 7 houses down patching big potholes? And what's going to happen when they keep getting worse? It would almost be better if it didn't get paved to begin with. I'd rather live on a dirt road. So you know, we live at Donner Lake. We love it. You know, on Sunday we were up burying avalanche beacons, doing practice searches with friends on Donner. You know, I appreciate everything you had to say, Dan. I appreciate all the info you've put together, Emily. I appreciate everybody up here. Donner is a jewel of Truckee. People walk up that road, and it's starting to look like a third world country. I think we need to look at all the info that Emily presented, look at all the really good info Andy and Dan have to say, and go, maybe is there room to interpret allocating some funding to this thing? Maybe just fix the potholes. We had across from us, a guy had, I don't know, a seizure, and an ambulance came in. And I was thinking, God, if Claire fell down the stairs and had a spinal injury, what would happen if she was in the back of an ambulance going down that road? I'd rather have her get helicoptered out. So, you know, that's kind of where I'm at. I rock climb with a guy who's been on the fire department over a decade. He said he hates going up there and doesn't want to. Are we really getting equal access to emergency services that other taxpayers are getting? So what I trust is that you're going to look at some of the, you know, the history that Emily laid out, look at all of the building specifications, the legal implications, and go, hey, is there room that maybe we can go up there and just patch some of the potholes? Can we come up with a plan? And I trust that everybody here will do that. Someone else can have my 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate your time.
My name is Bob Ferwerda, and the good news for me is I don't live on West Reed. But I live on East Reed, and there's a lot of parallels that need to be discussed. I want to make a point, and I'm a civil engineer, been around a long time. What I'm hearing is there's a major drainage issue unrelated to the road, and that's separate from the road ownership and the road maintenance. And I think, having been in civil engineering for a lot of years, the town has a responsibility, and I kind of see the staff dancing around it, and you know, they got these fine points they make, and they don't see the big picture. These lots were developed a long time ago, but I'm sure everybody expected when the lots were created that the public agency, be it the County of Nevada or the town of Truckee, would give them reasonable access. They don't get a discount on their property taxes because they don't have road frontage or don't have road improvements. You know, the assessor doesn't give you a break. I think the community or our civilization expects that's why we form towns and counties, is to provide services that we can't individually do. And so when you talk about an HOA, that's hard to do after the fact. It's real easy to do on the front end, but it's impossible on the back end, and I don't think there's ever been a precedent. There's a need for a road maintenance agreement as a minimum, but again, it's hard to do retroactively, do backwards. So I think this is a case where the town accepted something and has, if not a legal obligation, because I think Andy can make the case that they don't, is they have a moral obligation to give reasonable access. You don't need 24 feet of pavement. And in fact, in the Lakeview subdivision, which is east of here, it works. Now, I'll point out how the road maintenance is done is it's volunteer. In fact, my road is Donner Avenue. I manage that, but we voluntarily collect the funds, and as long as somebody's willing to do it. But I think as a government agency, you kind of have an obligation to go a little bit further than the fine point of the law that's been presented in the staff reports and by the individuals that have made presentations. I think that's the bigger question. I would point out one other thing that's a real fact. In our community, especially around Donner Lake, there's less than 10% permanent residents. The other 90%, they have another life and they can't petition and fight these issues like Emily has done. So you got to realize it's hard to get fair representation. In other parts of the community, Glenshire, it works, but not in the resort areas, not in Tahoe Donner. So anyway, that's my comment. I would point out, to correct Dan, the Donner Tract subdivision is an HOA. They're viable. They own their streets. They take care of it. They have a means to collect money. That doesn't exist in these older subdivisions. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Anybody else? If you want to speak, can you get up here and be ready to speak so we don't have to, so we can kind of keep the meeting moving? That'd be great. We don't need one by one to get up. Just if you want to speak, please line up right along the wall there so we can keep it going. Thank you.
We have to raise from the back.
You have to.
Hi,
that means we have to stay
Gerardo
longer.
Rodriguez. I am a second home owner in the north side of West Reed Avenue. My family has owned a house there for 10 years. And from year to year, members of my family have also lived there full-time and worked in Truckee full-time. So we have been both vacation visitors and full-time residents. I thank you, Mayor Polivi and council and staff for this opportunity. We don't have a formal neighborhood association or informal. So for whatever reasons, but we don't have one. I ask you for direction and assistance from the town with drainage and maintenance in some sort of way. You're so eloquent. I don't have that eloquence, but we need something from the town to help us out to get in and out of our houses. Do we not pay enough taxes? I sure don't get a discount, but going beyond that, to be a little bit financially, fiscally selfish from the town standpoint, as we have these challenges, our property values will suffer. And the taxes that you will collect from us will also be lessened by the lower attraction of our properties when our time comes to pass them on to other people. I appreciate the research that has been presented by staff and by Emily. When we purchased our home, we were told that it was a private street, that it was privately maintained, and we took it at face value. It was through significant expense from a group of us that paid an attorney. And independently, on my own, I had an agent go to Nevada City and go through the few records that are available. And it was only then that we were able to learn that it was not a private road, that it was a public road, and we have been informed that it's unmaintained. But for years we were told, no, you live on a private road. And if we did not spend the money and the work to find out, we would still be living under that assumption. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to reset the timer, or can I have a last 10 seconds?
We're getting there. And state your name.
Mike Cook. I have the pleasure of having a house on West Reed within this on this road, as well as in the Donner Avenue is the back of my primary residence. So I actually pay into road funds on two of these developments. Emily, thank you so much. You did such a huge amount of legwork on it. We would not be here without you. But just to be clear, the road adoption here might be up for debate, but there's no doubt that the benefit here, if the town would decide to adopt this road, is to the lake itself and to the tens of thousands of annual users that visit Donner Lake. I assume that you all ran for council because you like a challenge. This is definitely a big challenge. This is something that, the town kind of stepped in. In 1925, Nevada County didn't come up and check on buildings being built up here. So at the time, people came up to fish or to enjoy the recreational amenities in the summer. They didn't live here year-round. The fact that the town never adopted it, and it's vital, the lake being vital to the overall health of Truckee, gives you an opportunity to build a legacy here. So what you do on this one small portion of Donner Lake could be something you stand on for many years to come. It deserves the full capability of town engineering as well as maintenance services, and it seems odd that homeowners should even have to ask for this, but here we are. I don't buy into the notion that this was ever a private road. More likely, the small non-standard roads around Donner Lake are troublesome, and nobody wanted to step up to the plate and fix them. So the property owners have been left to their own devices for many years to provide maintenance and snow services, despite paying the same amount in taxes, fees, and special assessments, as in for water, that other developments within the town haven't had to. I can't speak for my neighbors further east on West Reed, but I did witness runoff in 2017 from Donner Lake Road absolutely destroy a large section of West Reed, which washed tons of debris down onto Donner Pass Road, across the bike lane, across the road, and ultimately into the lake. That was a huge winter. We had heavy rain falling over a very large snowpack. If our climatologists are correct, that's going to become more of the norm and less of the exception. So the time to start addressing this concern is right now. Thank you for the consideration, and the lake will thank you for your actions.
Thanks, Mike. Not seeing anybody else. I'm going to close. No, we're gonna get one more. Okay.
I gotta realize I can't tell time. I'm too old.
Okay.
My name is Max Bailey. I've had a property at Donner Lake for 40 years. I came back to my house today, went to the basement, and my sump pump is going mad because of the water coming off the hill up above. As Emily's pointed out, everybody's pointed out, the problem is drainage. Yes, we want to fix the road, but this water is destroying properties. Emily had some serious problems years ago. I am hoping I don't have serious problems. Thank you. You guys are really great.
Thanks, Max. Awesome. Great. Seeing no other public comment, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to council for some deliberation. Also, just want to frame this up for us here on the dais. Staff has provided 5 bullet points of some potential actions. To be clear, we do not have to take any action if we so wish. We can certainly entertain all of them. We can entertain a few of them. So in addition to any comments you'd like to make, also looking for a little direction as to how far we'd like to take this. So just wanted to frame that up for us. If there are any other questions, does anybody want to get any other questions out of the way? Looks like some yes, so maybe let's just roll down in the same order. Start with you, David.
Okay, question for Dan. Does the town actually issue grading permits to the utility districts, or do they do their own permitting for their work?
So we don't issue them grading permits for work that they do on private property. We issue encroachment permits when they are doing work in the public right-of-way, and that takes one of two forms. If they have a large project, we'll issue a permit that's specific to that project. We also will typically issue them what I refer to as more of a maintenance, a blanket encroachment permit, we call it, that covers their day-to-day activities associated with maintaining the utilities. So the blanket permit, if they've got a issue with a leaky water line, they can go dig up the street. They don't have to call us and get a standalone permit. Excuse me, I've had a cold this week, so my voice is starting to fail me. The larger projects would require standalone permits.
So an encroachment permit is basically a permit that allows access, allows someone to come onto property to do work.
To the public right-of-way, yeah.
Right. So in this instance here, with the utility companies having done work, the PUD, it sounds like Southwest Gas, did we issue permits to them for any of this work in or around West Reed?
Yes. So in the 2002-2003 timeframe, the Truckee Donner PUD was installing basically a new water system on West Reed and other areas. Southwest Gas was installing gas lines in that area. Southwest Gas was the lead from a construction standpoint, and PUD was working with them. So we issued them a permit to install those utilities in the street.
Okay, great. And then in terms of the drainage issues out there, at least based on, I think, the presentation from Emily and maybe elsewhere, it's sounding like Montano Road, that area, and Donner Lake Road are the two primary sort of sources of drainage coming down, at least?
No, the source of drainage is the mountainside. So the ridge line goes, I don't know, 1,000 or 1,500 feet up from the lake. So that's the source of the drainage. As the water works its way downhill, it goes underneath I-80, it goes underneath Donner Lake Road, and so to the extent that that infrastructure may affect how the drainage travels downstream, there's a nuance there, but it's an important one.
Right. Okay. So the drain, I mean, it's just a natural drainage course. This is a hillside, and water's going to flow downhill.
Yes.
Regardless of what infrastructure may have been built, but the infrastructure might alter the course of the natural drainage.
Yes.
Okay. And then a question, this may be for Andy. This was in the package from Emily. I wanted to ask a little bit about this LAFCO resolution 92-06 that's mentioned. Do you have any background or anything to say about that?
I think that the description is correct, that the town was given all county-owned roads, but I do think it may be incorrect that the county was maintaining this road at that time. So the town inherited an obligation to maintain any roads the county was maintaining. The town, in the case of county-owned but non-maintained roads, inherited only the ownership but no corresponding maintenance obligations since the county didn't have one. And I think that's consistent with the intent of the LAFCO resolution. I don't think the resolution was ever intended to make the town take on additional responsibilities that the county did not have at the time.
Okay. Thank you.
Anna?
Yeah, to just follow up on that specifically, if that was the intention of the LAFCO resolution, then we would have an obligation to all roads in the community.
Certainly. I mean, if the LAFCO resolution, and I'm sure we can go back and look at the LAFCO records, if it did specifically call out that the town was intended to maintain roads the county had never maintained, then yeah, arguably we would have an obligation to do that. I just have never seen anything to suggest that's the case. But if there are any records out there that bear on this, I'd be happy to look at them.
Yeah, I know from my review of MSRs and working on LAFCO, it's very, very clear whether or not they're expecting any dedications or adoptions, and so that would have been spelled out. Would be my understanding of that. I'm just wondering if we had public comment from Mr. Brian Boone, but he's not here tonight. It looks like.
He is not.
Okay. Where is Dalzura Road, and why is that an applicable comparison? Do you know, Dan?
So Dalzura is in the Armstrong tract.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay. And do we have any real understanding of what, if any, potential impacts there are from this drainage to Donner Lake and the structures that do currently exist that empty into Donner Lake?
It's tough for me to say. What's clear is that, yeah, the nature of the topography and the geography there is that there's active erosion on that mountainside that's occurring. Erosion is a natural process. Yes. So then the question is the way that the drainage has been affected by human construction of West Street Avenue, of Donner Lake Road,
of Highway 80,
of other things, is that either increasing or decreasing the amount of erosion that's occurring? And that's a very difficult, difficult thing for me to answer one way or the other.
What year was I-80 built through that section?
I believe it was in the early 1960s.
1960s.
Yeah, and I do know there was a significant reconstruction of I-80 that was done in, again, the early 2000s. And I know a part of that included a significant investment in sediment and erosion control. So how that moved the needle on overall sediment transport from areas that were upgradient of I-80, and how it moved the needle in terms of sand collection from the maintenance activities that happen on I-80. I'm not sure, but I know they put a lot of money into attempting to reduce erosion and sediment transport as part of the I-80 project in the early 2000s.
So understanding that the Montano property, they're not moving forward with that, but it sounds like there was some modification of that area. Did the property owner there, to understand what their intentions are with that?
So I'm not sure if they plan to come back and request another subdivision approval.
Because at this point, the one they had has expired?
Yes. So if they were interested in something other than a single-family home on that property, they would have to come back through the discretionary review process like they did 15 or 16 years ago.
Yeah, that property is for sale and has been for quite some time.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, those are all my questions. I'll save the rest for comment.
I want to go back to those. So we know where it's at, Armstrong Track, but it was brought up that it was actually something being maintained, but similar classification as West Reed. Is that true, or?
I don't know. I'd have to research that. Okay. I know that we maintain it.
We do maintain it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and some of the folks that commented, there are streets that are less than the 24 feet that we maintain. Currently, they're like Riverside Drive in downtown Truckee, the alley in downtown Truckee, some of the narrow streets in downtown Truckee that were being actively maintained by the county at the time of incorporation. Again, we inherited those, so it is accurate that there are streets out there that the town is maintaining that are narrower than that 24-foot standard that we currently have.
Right. Okay. Also was mentioned about consultant report, 3 consultant reports about drainage. I don't recall, was that driven by someone private, or was town involved in that at all?
The town wasn't involved with them, right? The only one we were involved with was the engineering report I referenced earlier.
Okay. Take away the road part of this whole equation and just talk about drainage for a second. Is there other areas within the town limits that have dealt with drainage issues? If you didn't have the road, remove the road from this equation here. Just a drainage issue coming through, whether it be from environmental impact side or property protection side, other similar types of things we've done in the past?
Generally, no. So generally, the focus of town investment in drainage projects is related to projects associated with roadways. So we have not, for instance, there's some communities that have flood control districts where, their mission is to manage runoff, flooding activity, et cetera, on any number of properties within their jurisdiction. That's not a role that the town has historically performed.
Okay. And I know you had mentioned, or in your map, a few HOAs are currently in the process of going through the town acceptance policy here for roads. Have there been any other roads accepted in the history of Truckee that were not involving with an HOA, that did not have an HOA involved with it?
I believe all the roads we've accepted were originally created by a subdivision that then had an HOA that was taking care of the roads, and then the HOA came to the town and requested that the town take over the maintenance.
Okay.
The one exception may be Jorger Drive which is right over here, but there wasn't an HOA with that one, but.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't have any other questions right now. We're deliberate that we're going to.
Let me get 2 quick questions out and then yes. So one quick question is, if I read correctly in the Shaw Engineering study, it was determined that it would, back in 2003, that approximately the cost to bring the road up to compliance for town acceptance was approximately $600,000, and then you made some comments. I don't remember where that was. Approximately 2 to 3 times that. So go ahead.
Just to clarify, the Shaw work did not get the road up to what would be a current standard.
Okay.
What it did was it created an improved level of drainage, and it would have reconstructed the road and graded it in a way that it would have reduced the likelihood of water flowing from the roadway over the edge of the roadway onto the down gradient properties. It still would have been a 10 or 11 foot wide road, though, as opposed to a road that would meet the current standards. And I think where you're headed with the question is, what might those same costs be today for that same scope of work? Probably 2 to 3 times that amount, probably closer to 3 times that amount.
Yeah, and that's what I read. I was just sort of reaffirming that and doing some rough math over here. And then again, has the town identified any drainage issues on Donner Lake Road? What's your sort of assessment to some of the comments that have been brought up pertaining to that? Again, simply taking away, this particular West Reed Road issue, but from a drainage perspective.
So from a drainage perspective, what the town is actively doing on Donner Lake Road is maintaining the drainage patterns that were established at the time that it was constructed. So when it was constructed by Caltrans as part of the freeway back in the 1960s, there were certain locations that culverts were installed, and the hairpin turn that they're referring to, where there's a drainage course that comes off the outside edge of that hairpin turn, that exists. That was, again, created. What the pre-existing condition was there, I'm not sure. I don't know if there was an existing drainage course that was at the end of that hairpin turn that effectively they were taking advantage of, or if they created a new drainage course as a matter of the roadway construction at that time. I do recall having seen a as-built map of that roadway at a point in the past, and it was not entirely clear what was intended by all the symbols on it, but it appeared to show pre-existing drainage courses, and it appeared to show that what Caltrans was doing was putting culverts under the road which is normally what you would do with a new road at that time. If you got a drainage course coming down, you put a culvert under the road.
So there's nothing happening on that outer edge. There's currently no controlled drainage on that outer edge of the hairpin turn.
There's a drainage course that comes down the hillside that's been there, I presume, since at least the time the road was constructed.
A natural drainage course, not an improved or not any type of controlled drainage is what I'm asking.
It gets into, it's a drainage course that's been there for 50 or 60 years. So to the extent that it's incised a channel that creates a certain degree of natural control,
okay.
It's not a rock-lined ditch, if you will, that was human constructed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That thank you.
Yeah.
That was it. That's what I wanted to hear.
Okay.
Thank you, Dan. All right. So let's move it. You got more questions. You go.
2 last questions.
Go.
So when the Shaw study, the engineering study, was done back in the early 2000s, was there at that time an acknowledgement that there was a drainage issue? Did we as a town acknowledge, okay, there is a problem out there?
Yeah, to anyone that goes on West Street Avenue, it's obvious that it could stand some drainage improvements. Yes.
Right. Okay. So there's a general, I guess, consensus that there's a problem. Okay. The next question I had: what would it look like to form a maintenance district or an assessment district? What does that take to make that happen?
Do you want to take this, Andy, or would you like me to?
It takes property owner consent. Just like with the formation of an assessment district for new construction, there's a weighted vote. The property owners would vote in proportion to the amount of the assessment that they would be on the hook for. The assessment has to be calculated in a way that property owners are only paying for what's called special benefit, not general benefit. So there's some nuances and technicalities, but the short answer is that the property owners out there who would be paying would have to vote in favor of it.
And what's the threshold for that?
It's majority.
Majority, so
50 plus 1.
50 plus 1.
Yeah, with, again, the weighted vote. So you could get it passed with less than a majority of the property owners participating or voting yes, if some of them were going to be paying more than others. And we'd have to figure out the assessment allocation mechanism.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, last question, promise. With the engineering study, sounded like that was kind of a full-blown, solution, or both rebuilding of the road, but primarily looking at drainage and how to deal with drainage.
It was both, yes.
It was both, okay. Just, Dan, short of diving in and reviewing that study, which I'm kind of interested in doing, are there, in your opinion, some sort of minimal things that can be done, that were recommended in that report, just to sort of put an immediate Band-Aid on the issue? Maybe those Band-Aids take care of it for quite some time.
The report didn't prioritize, this is the most important improvement, this is second most, this is third most. It presented an entire package. I suspect that, the fact that the west end of the road has washed out a couple of times now, it appears, would tend to indicate to me that, the source of that water that work on that particular issue would probably be a high priority, but it would require, to figure out what's most important, and then next and next and next would require some of that type of consideration. And then in terms of, building, finite pieces of the project, that's definitely possible. There's, as was referenced earlier, there's a number of ephemeral drainages that come down the hillside. So, you could, a person or a homeowners association or a whoever that was interested in improving drainage could say, okay, well, let's go do something about that one. And then let's go do something about this other one, or let's do something about these 3 or 4. It's not quite that simple, because some of those drainage courses hit West Street Avenue and then they go like 100 feet that way along the edge of the road, then they cut down. So if you're going to maintain that drainage course, you might have to do some stuff on West Street, or you might have to get an easement from a downgradient property owner if you want to move it. So there's those kinds of things that come into play.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to open this up and maybe move us along in terms of trying to come up with some sort of direction. And I want to, first of all, thank you all for being here, listening to this presentation. It's really great to have this kind of involvement, and we really do look forward to it. And so you all do know, we do take great pride in our fiduciary responsibility to the town and to all of its taxpayers, and those are dual responsibilities for sure, along with health and human safety, the built environment, and really representing all citizens to the best of our abilities. And that's really why we are here. And for the gentleman who said, why did we run? Yes, a challenge, very much so. We see that every day of our lives, and I think all of us would certainly agree to that. And it's a challenge we work hard to do the best job we can at. With that stated, I'm going to just take a stab on the second to last bullet and say that we're probably all still 100% behind that last bullet. We form assessment districts in this town a lot for a variety of things. One was recently just formed on Donner Pass Road to maintain the improvements that were done there. And I think that we want to provide all of the technical expertise that is here in Town Hall to help you as property owners around this neighborhood get to a point of efficient and effective repair, maintenance, and upkeep. I'm just going to throw that out there, that I think we're all on board for that, and that was direction that was given many years ago. And I think to our first couple of questions, especially that Mr. Tierman was asking, that's one of the things that we had something happened, some type of coalescing from all of the property owners that makes it so much easier for us to take action. And while you all speak in favor of improving that maintenance, there is a cost associated with that. So I think we can all agree that we would be happy to look into and helping to create an assessment district that would assist with all of the technicalities and facilitation of that effort. What I'm interested in, so if you have any disagreements with that, please speak up. Otherwise, maybe let's tackle a few of the others, and if anybody would like to start us off on some of those points and maybe anything else that you'd like to add, you're on. Go for it. Tony, there you go.
I'm not sure of any specific points yet, but it's kind of this has been weighing on me for a number of days here as I've been mulling this through, and I'm not sure this is really any different, but I want to pull back a bit, and I had talked to Dan a little about this today, and it's kind of a philosophical thing. The town was created because the residents of Truckee were not getting the services they felt from the county. So that's why it was created. In this case, we have residents of Truckee who feel like they're not getting the services from the town of Truckee. I see a lot of parallel, but I also see there needs to be personal responsibility from a community as well. Been part of an HOA. We dedicated our roads to the town. They accepted them. We had to put money into it. It's part of responsibility of being part of a group. With roads that are not maintained by the town. So it's kind of a bigger question in that sense. And then really the town acceptance and what level do we need to be really looking at. So it doesn't really solve this problem right now and get to where you're going. But I think it's a real question that of our duty is to be representing the town citizens. Then that was one of the reasons why this town was created. So I think that's just, again, I'm not sure where to go with that, but it's been kind of sitting in my crawl for the last few days, and specifically tonight is coming up. So take that for now, and I'll probably have a few more comments over where I kind of think I want to go with this, but I'll go from there.
Okay. Anna, would you like to chime in?
Well, I'm in concurrence with your comments on this fourth point. I think the good thing that we have here is we have the adequate property assessment. There's enough built homes where that is not the case on all other roads. So we have an opportunity here. I think the town, it sounds like, and I agree, I'm stating that I'm in support of spending town time and money to assist in creating that assessment district or whatever mechanism we are to be able to improve that road. But it sounds like we still are going to have a disconnect with whether or not it meets a town standard. We can improve it, we can improve the drainage, but we're never going to get it to the full town standard. So, but it sounds like there are a few other examples where that is the case. Like there's some extenuating circumstances. Is that the case? Like in, what's the name of that other road that you said is up in Armstrong Track?
That one specifically,
Okay.
what I was referring to is there are other streets that the county was maintaining that we have inherited that are narrower than that 24-foot standard width.
I see. So those were specifically documented as county maintained.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
That is a good clarification. But so that would be something, that would be a specific thing then to bring separate to the council, whether or not we would be willing to consider a road that could not meet that full width standard, but was in good repair.
Yeah, that's clearly a matter of policy.
Yes.
If the council wanted to either do a one-off on West Street Avenue or amend your policy as a whole and say, as long as the road's in good shape, the standard to which it's constructed is less important. There's kind of ranges of policy options there for the council to look at if they chose to.
And I'd just like to connect the dots on one thing, because it's obvious to us here at the table, but it may not be obvious to people who haven't dealt with assessment districts. If we were to form an assessment district, part of that would be the town formally assuming maintenance responsibility for the street. There's not really a way to form the assessment district and start spending town money on the street unless and until we've accepted it for maintenance purposes.
Yeah, and thanks for pointing that out. When we were actually working with, again, there was a couple of property owners that were looking to, and they're not here tonight, but that came to us a couple years ago that were interested in trying to create some kind of neighborhood-based organization around road maintenance. And there was some discussion of if the town created an assessment district and the neighborhood created a parallel homeowners association where the homeowners association didn't actually assess properties but functioned for purposes of conducting road maintenance, that the town could be the collection entity for the assessment district and then effectively have an agreement with a road maintenance association or a homeowners association who would actually do the actual work out there. So
yeah, that's a slightly different approach. So really we should clarify that there are two theoretical possibilities for how you could do it. It could be a road user association that's kind of like a quasi-HOA. The courts have said that it's perfectly fine for a publicly owned but non-maintained road to be maintained by a road user group. That's fine. But the other possibility is what Dan was referring to as an assessment district proper, which would be something that would appear on the tax roll instead of being an assessment levied by some quasi-HOA or road users group. And under that scenario, the town would have to accept it. So two different approaches that have some differences between them, but ultimately the idea would be to generate revenue to fund the maintenance of the road.
And ultimately, though, that could be established, and correct me if I'm wrong, that in such a manner that we could do the improvements on the anticipation of the tax collection into the future.
Yeah, and that would be a policy call for the council about how much of that the town would be willing to front. But certainly if the voters out there had approved an assessment district such that we had some pretty good assurances that the revenue would be collected since it would be on the tax roll, yeah, you certainly could decide to sort of almost borrow money from ourselves against future assessment district revenues.
Yeah. And just in very rough, very, very rough numbers, say if it was 600,000, we, that long ago, now we think it's 3 times that, so maybe it's 2 million, and we've got 90 property owners, we've got
I calculated 19,000 at 77 property owners.
Right around $20,000, $1,000 a year for 20 years.
And that's at 77.
Okay.
That's what I calculated.
But that would
actually,
be,
I calculated at 1.5 million.
I think that number that Dan was talking about, the double or triple the 600,000, that would just be the work to get it up to par, or not even up to par, but get it less bad. But that doesn't include the ongoing maintenance costs.
Right.
So the assessment district would be designed to fund ongoing maintenance and maybe some having some capital reserves for future kind of capital improvements to the street, maybe paying the town back for some portion of the initial investment involved in getting it to a better state. There are a lot of questions we'd have to figure out.
Yeah, and as we just saw with the trails, a narrow trail is $26,000 per mile, right, to maintain, and that's for snow removal, sweeping, and then some money to build up over time for resealing and repaving.
Yeah. And just to add a little more detail, like we need it here, but the details are important here. Again, the couple of property owners that had requested meetings with us, they were very clear that they did not represent the neighborhood as a whole. They were a couple of people doing some exploration to try to figure out if they wanted to try to bring this effort out to a larger group. Their sense, because we talked through some of these same numbers. Their sense was that there's kind of two things. You try to put the money together to do a major upgrade all at once to the road, or do you just try to create some organized maintenance funding? And it's two very different price points. And one strategy is you try to do the whole thing. The price point might be higher than the neighborhood's willing to vote for, and then you end up with nothing. Another strategy could be to just create money for ongoing maintenance, leaving the road more or less like it is, but have it be maintenance plus a little bit, so that you could start to incrementally do improvements to the roadway over time, replace a culvert a year, or take that kind of approach where you incrementally over a longer period of time make some improvements out there, focusing on the most important areas first, and kind of work it that way if the price point was going to be an issue. So there's lots of different strategies and approaches that.
And I think you're still speaking to that fourth bullet, which I think we've kind of come to a close on. So maybe just from our perspective, I think we're all in agreement there is what I'm hearing. So, maybe let's focus some of our deliberation on some of the other items. So do you want to chime in on any of the other bullets there?
Well, I think we've checked the first one off. We've received the comment and the presentation.
Yes, correct.
So we're good there. Clarify the status of West Street as a non-town maintained public right-of-way. I still don't see any reason to change that status. So I think we're still left with the other two bullets.
And would you like to chime in on those? Do you have any opinion on those?
So
are you in agreement with the bullet as it's written in front of you? How about that?
Which bullets again?
So the third, reaffirm previous council direction that for West Street to be accepted, it has to meet the three items that we've spoken about. So that'd be one, and then the last bullet, which is going to say, look, we're until there's new information or we see some energy towards creating said assessment district, which we keep kind of battling back and forth, we're not going to continue to have this in front of us.
Right.
Can I, before we leave the fourth bullet, sorry to, because I really didn't chime in on that. I generally agree. I do think, and we've talked a little bit about getting creative. And I think, I for one would certainly be willing to consider creative approaches to the formation of a district. And by creative, I mean, is there some, can the town, for example, front some seed money to get things moving in a positive direction that ultimately are going to help solve a problem here?
I think we could, if and I think that would be a council action if we see that interest from the property owners. I mean, I'd like to see.
It sounds like we did that initially with that $50,000
right.
investigation into.
So I mean, to me, I'm sort of on both. So let me just frame this up for us, okay? And then you can knock me down if you want. I'm comfortable with proceeding with everything in front of us. Okay, I think there's a ton of information here. It gets into the weeds in incredible detail. We don't have the wherewithal right here, right now in front of us to accept West Street Avenue. That would be going against all of the policies that have been put in place before us and by other council members for really good reasons that I'm not ready to change tonight. And I would like to see if, I personally think the assessment district is the best path forward for this neighborhood and for all of these property owners. And if there was a true petition that had legitimate legal signatories with the known understanding that there will be a cost associated with this on an annual basis, that's what puts me over the edge of providing some type, that's how we get to the technical assistance piece. That's what gets us there from a budgeting perspective, from a time and resource and staff allocation perspective. So I will lay that out there, and if anybody would like to disagree, please do so, just so we can, or support, yes. But I'd like to kind of keep it moving. So unless, bring something so we can keep the conversation moving.
I agree with you 100% that this is a lot of information, and kind of as I said to begin with, this is a much bigger issue that I don't think can be solved tonight. I don't, as far as moving off and making any changes from previous town councils, from the information we have in front of us at this moment, I'm not ready to do that either. But I would say that I would go with this plan here, and then at the same time, continue to look for some other option. And I agree that putting some sort of funding, I think you have to have skin in the game, and I think they need to have skin in the game as well. And it can find a solution. But for tonight, I'm pretty much on board with you.
I would stand by that as well. I think we're veering a little bit from the last bullet point. The key thing here for us is if we were to adopt this road just tonight and move forward with reconstructing it and rebuilding it, there is nothing to reason or to be able to stand by to not do that for every other road that's in this similar state. And I don't believe that is a prudent use of the community's tax dollars. So that's my kind of basis of yes, I agree that everybody needs to have some skin in the game. I think personally I would be willing to support at the very least a portion of these improvements in order to manage the erosion and the drainage, because that does impact the community in a larger way, and how it's potentially is or potentially could impact Donner Lake. So that's about as far as I'm willing to go in terms of the town participating in the cost of this, but I would have to understand more specifically where those points of contact were, which is why I was asking that question, and how those points of contact are being impacted by the various tributaries and the various man-made changes to that watershed, because it essentially is all a watershed going into Donner Lake. And I have to assume that most of these houses were built long before we built trench drains behind them and redirected and had ways of mitigating that water flow. I've been in a lot of homes that are built on that slope, and there's usually a very extensive drainage structure behind the home in order to mitigate that. So I'm assuming that's part of the challenge here too, which the town is not responsible for correcting. Those are private properties and private homes. So
are you looking for like a drainage report of some sort? What is there something you can pinpoint that you're looking for to get to where you want to be?
I think the first thing that we need to have is participation from those property owners.
Okay.
And with that, we can move forward with more investigation and maybe that tiered approach of either funding and then improvements, right, or long-term planning.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much where Anna is, what she described. I think definitely want to see this issue resolved. The ongoing drainage issue resolved. I was out there in January of 2017, new to the council, saw for myself what was going on out there, and I know that may have been a 100-year sort of event, but I think we're going to see those kinds of weather patterns more frequently going forward. So I think we got to figure out something collectively to get this solved. In terms of going back to bullet 4, I do think that this is a viable option to at least be thinking about in terms of creating that mechanism that provides funding. I was asking earlier about the engineering report from 2003 or 2005, and whether or not there were some components of those recommendations that could be implemented sort of incrementally over time versus trying to take on the whole thing. And that may be one way to lessen the burden on the assessment district if we are thinking about some, lower cost solutions, particularly if the price tag today, if it's true that the 600,000 has become 1.8 million. I think it'd be worth exploring. So I think there's more work to be done here, some more dialogue with the property owners, and some more thinking on our part on how we can tackle this. I agree that we've got to be careful about opening up a door to something that could become unsustainable for the town. If we're maintaining 60% of our roads today and 40% are privately maintained, and then here we take this one on at a full price, and that is a bad precedent, and I don't think we can expect to manage that long term. So I think we've got to figure out a way to work with the property owners to come up with some sort of a district. And then again, maybe take a menu approach, a more measured approach to try to keep those costs down.
So I think where that leaves us is we're good with 1 through 4, but 5, to be very specific, we're not going to continue to debate whether or not this is a town-owned and maintained or town-maintained road, but we will continue to allow staff to dedicate time to discussing this potential opportunity to move this forward.
Yeah, we will provide appropriate technical assistance to facilitate that effort.
Could I ask a clarifying question? As I think of course. So what I've heard is a kind of a threshold or for staff putting time and energy into this. This says having dialogue with property owners and having participation by neighbors. My concern with that, though, is I don't know what that means, because I think as we've heard here and as I've understood it, and I'm a newcomer to all of this, and I've tried to stay as quiet as I could possibly stay over here, but we're getting a lot of competing dialogue from different neighbors about what to do, how to do it, what we should think, what the legal rules are, what they aren't. And if that dialogue is simply dialogue, that may continue. For example, a couple of years ago, I know Dan had some interactions. We had some interactions with a couple neighbors, had a very different take on the subject than some of the interaction tonight. That's all well and good, but the question I think for us to be a little clearer is, can we, when we say, we're all interested in an assessment district of some sort, but what's the threshold by which you want us to put a lot of time and effort into trying to help the neighborhood create such an assessment district? Is that a fair question, or am I?
Absolutely, and that's sort of why I tried to put something out there, which to me is a majority of property, a more than 30 property owners who are represented by either one person or, have the support of one person, where they are under the understanding that there will be a financial assessment place. They're coming to the table with I don't care if it's a one-page document that is notarized by an attorney or something that says, yes, we, the undersigned, are interested in pursuing a road maintenance assessment district, and we understand that this will have financial implications, and we would like assistance to help understanding the details moving forward. I mean, something that seems fair. I mean, 30 is less than 50%, so you don't need a lot of you, but it gets you moving in the right direction, and you know, gets you moving forward with a solution to this. And I think that's the best we're going to get. So do you have the proper direction you need? Do we need any action?
I think that helps a lot. I appreciate it. Sorry
Is everybody comfortable with all of that? No, that's okay. I don't think you densely missed it. I think I sort of mentioned it. And does anybody want to add anything before we move on?
Well, just one comment. I think it would be helpful if the council is in concurrence with the bullets on the recommendation.
Yes.
Just from prior experience, being able to refer back to council action and direction and have it be very clear. I think it would be helpful.
You'd like us to take action.
If the council did take action to basically approve this recommendation, if you're so inclined. And then you had, I think, a good clarification on number, a combination of 4 and 5 of kind of at what point it's appropriate to re-engage. So I'm rambling a bit, but
so I'll make a motion that we accept the recommendations in front of us as written, with the added caveat of what it would look like to move forward with future technical assistance and staff time.
Yep.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Great. Thank you. So we're going to move on. Thank you all for coming. We do appreciate all of the comments. I'm going to take a stab just to set up the rest of the evening that 8.6, if we're all in agreement, we are going to table that to a future meeting, to the council strategic session. We have to do 8.4 and 8.5, correct? There's no...
yes, given the holiday and the New Year.
So
I think we can be quite brief on both.
Break? Okay, we're going to take a quick 5-minute bathroom break, and then we're going to come back for 8.4 and 8.5. Thank you. Check. We're good. All right, we're going to bring this meeting back to order. We are on item, so if anybody didn't get the memo, we're tabling item 8.6 until a future date. And we're going to, we're going to hear item 8.4, public hearing, fiscal year 1819, AB 1600, traffic and facilities impact fee, public hearing, and fee adjustments. Mike Vaughn.
All right, and I'm going to try to keep it brief because I know Laura is up next. So as you stated, the purpose of the meeting is just to conduct the public hearing for fiscal year 1819. And then we want to adopt a resolution that will allow us to keep traffic impact fees that have been, that's a little loud, something going on here. Keeping the fees that in the traffic impact fee program that have been held for longer than 5 years. And then also adjust annual adjustments for both the facilities and traffic impact fees to keep current costs. So briefly, for the traffic impact fee program, we collected approximately 2.2 million. I got some echo?
Yeah, it's an echo. Judy's checking. So.
Okay. We collected approximately $2.2 million and $225,000 in interest, and expended $737,000 in the traffic impact fee. So AB 1600 is both traffic and facilities. I'll be jumping back and forth between those a bit. The projects we spent money on.
Mike, I apologize. I want to interrupt for a second. I'd like to ask the council, because I think all the information that Mike has was in the staff report, and this is, us typically summarizing this at like 7:30 at night. And we can continue, but we don't have to with the presentation if you want to just move to the public hearing, because again, all the information is in the staff report. So I'll defer to the council on that. But I wanted to pose the question.
Wow, Dan, coming from you. That was awesome. That was like, it's been a year. How long have I been up here?
I'm assuming our two public members have read the staff report and don't really need the presentation.
And we're all good with the staff. I'm good. I read the staff report. All right. All right, there you go. You can fast forward to your finishing, your finale there.
That sounds great.
Sorry to keep you so late.
So we had a slight increase in the fees for both programs. And thank you to Pat Davison for finding error in this table. You don't need to expect to read the whole thing, but just to say that this is the updated table for Exhibit B in the resolution, which has a correction under the residential land use category for the price per square foot for residential should be $257 instead of in your packet it was $273. And then the only other thing to add is that we are adding a note about the AB 881, which Laura's going to talk to about next, about dwelling units. Note number 1, do I need to say that or not, or just go to the, the recommendation is we conducted the public hearing and that we adopt resolution 2019-70 to retain funds held in excess of 5 years and approve the annual program fee adjustments with the revised Exhibit B.
Great, thank you. Any council questions?
Sorry.
That's great.
No, thank you for answering all my questions ahead of time.
Yes. Mr. Tierman, any questions? No questions. Open this up for public comments. Yes, Pat. Been so patient. Thank you for finding some of the changes.
All righty. Good evening and congratulations, new Mayor Pallavi and Vice Mayor Clovestad. Pat Davison with the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe. Wanted to thank Mike. We were on the phone back and forth, literally using our calculators and going through the formulas together from different locations. So have nothing else to say. Appreciate his professionalism and courtesy and urge you to support the changes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? With that, closing public comment. Any council deliberation or further questions?
I would like to thank Mike for his presentation. Really appreciate that.
Are you saying we should invite Mike back more often to give those kind of presentations?
We should encourage Dan to do what he did. That was truly the big one there. Thank you both. We got a motion?
I move that we conduct the fiscal year 1819 AB 1600 program public hearing. Done. And adopt resolution 2019-70 to retain funds held in excess of 5 years and approve the annual program with fee adjustments with the revised Exhibit B.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes. Thank you very much. That was awesome. Good job. Moving on, 8.5, we have an urgency ordinance adopting amendments to development code standards for secondary residential units. Laura, whenever you are ready. Feel free to, we did go through yours as well, so feel free to abbreviate or take your time as you wish.
Well, here, I'll provide a little bit of context for what we're trying to do. So as you may be aware, housing has been a big topic of discussion in the state legislature for the last couple of years. And in the last legislative session, there were no fewer than 5 bills addressing what are called accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. And the state legislature has made a big push at trying to get more housing created across the state in an effort to try to house more Californians. And the legislation from this past year requires us to make some changes to our ordinance, because if we don't have an ordinance that complies with all the new laws by January 1st, the consensus among the city attorneys, at least, is that we won't be able to enforce our ADU ordinance at all in any way. Geez, I didn't know I only got 3 minutes. So rather than having no ordinance whatsoever, we're trying to bring our ordinance into compliance with the state law. We're doing this on an urgency basis because it needs to take effect before the end of the year. And we think that the urgency findings can be made because really what we're trying to do is provide for safe and code compliant second units, which is a way of protecting health and safety, which allows you to do it as an urgency ordinance. You have received at least one comment, but one from former Planning Commission Chair Zabriskie about the 3-acre minimum lot size for second units on septic. The legislation does allow us to establish standards that take into account the adequacy of sewer service. And as a backstop, I mean, if it turns out that we've gotten that wrong and that the 3-acre minimum is not permitted anymore, we do have to submit the ordinance to the State Department of Housing and Community Development. So if they think that that's not quite right, they'll tell us, and then we'll have to fix it. But although there's been a lot of discussion, I'm sure Pat can weigh in on, there's been a lot of discussion about whether the 3-acre de facto minimum is still a requirement of Nevada County Environmental Health and the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board. We've never quite managed to get confirmation from staff at either agency that they're no longer using that. So as far as we know, they're still enforcing it. The law does say that we have to get approval from what's called the local health official, which in this case is Nevada County Environmental Health, for the addition of an ADU at a house that has septic. So one way or another, the idea is to just keep us in compliance with the state law, to have the same standards that Nevada County and Lahontan require for ADUs on septic. That's all we're trying to do. We don't really have a whole lot of discretion here, but if you'd like to direct us to do something different about the ADU septic thing, we certainly can. Or if there are any other changes you'd like to make, let's talk about them, bearing in mind that our hands are somewhat tied on a lot of this because of state law.
Thanks, Andy. Laura, you're on.
Okay, well, this should be quick since Andy already covered a lot of it probably.
Sorry.
Thank you, Andy. Andy and I have been working a lot together on this. Quite the team. So as Andy mentioned, we're bringing this to you as an urgency ordinance due to the timeframes that we have to have the new requirements in place. The section that deals with the secondary residential units is 1858230. That's second units and also accessory dwelling units. Accessory dwelling units and second units are the same thing, and then you have junior accessory dwelling units, which are a little bit different. So like Andy mentioned, there were several bills recently passed. Some of the requirements are the zoning. They're now, second units are now allowed in single family and multifamily zones. You can have a second unit and a junior ADU, which wasn't allowed before. There's location, setbacks, access requirements, different floor area limitations. Two of the things that are kind of a big deal are the fact that they can't require, like HOA can't require an owner to occupy the unit. So that is a little bit different than how some of our HOAs have regulated these in the past. And also there's a prohibition on short-term rentals of second units. So Andy did some research on that to try to figure out exactly what that means, if that's going forward, if it's retroactive. And his research basically, we think, not 100% sure, that as of January 1, 2017, anything that was approved since then would have the prohibition on short-term rentals. So that's going to make it interesting for us to actually implement all of this. For the junior ADUs, there's a few different requirements for those, mostly related to access and the kitchen requirements, which we think the attempt there was to try to maybe make it a little more flexible, but might just make it more confusing. The urgency ordinance, like Andy mentioned, is something that the government code allows, requires a 4/5 vote. And the ordinance that we're proposing, I won't go through all of this, basically would be amending the second unit section to incorporate the state requirements and then also update our land use tables. So like Andy mentioned, we did receive the one public comment about the minimum parcel size for properties that are on septic. We are right now working on development code updates that'll be going to Planning Commission next week. So if that's something that you think deserves some further discussion, we could definitely address that in a future development code through the normal process. So if you want to give us that direction, I can include that. So our recommendation would be to adopt Ordinance 2019-10, approving the urgency ordinance and finding the amendments exempt from CEQA. That's it.
Questions?
I unfortunately saw Jan Zabrisky's email late, so I only was able to do sort of a scan before this meeting. Could you summarize the gist of what he was trying to convey?
Yeah, and I don't think that I'm not speaking ill of Jan at all, but I don't think it's any secret. Jan has for a long time been trying to get the town to do away with our existing 3-acre minimum lot size for an ADU for a property that's on septic. His point is he thinks that inhibits the production of ADUs. He thinks it's not necessary because Nevada County and or Lahontan are not using that as a standard anymore. So he's been urging the town for a long time to get rid of that. As I said, I think even though Nevada County and Lahontan, I think, have adopted plans that don't appear to have that, we still haven't been able to get their staff to confirm that they're not using that as a standard. So I totally understand his points. They're well made. We think that we could probably legitimately continue to have that, bearing in mind that we have to submit the ordinance to the state and they'll tell us if we got it wrong. But if the council wants to go a different direction, we could certainly come up with alternative language that says something like, approval from the relevant regulatory bodies will be required for an ADU for property that's on septic, and just omit any reference of a lot size.
And that would potentially be specifically to make sure that there was a percolation test and that it was going to meet the needs of that system.
Right. I mean, Jan's point, broadly speaking, is that we've had this on the books for a long time, that it's a relatively blunt instrument, and that he thinks that that the newer plans and requirements enforced by Lahontan and the county are more nuanced and provide the same level of assurance that the community will be safe, just in a more detailed way.
And I'd just add that we did add a little bit of clarification language in that section to refer to the other agencies that actually have those requirements, so it'll be clear that it's not a town requirement. So if someone did want to reach out to Lahontan or Environmental Health, they could do that to speak with them directly about it. what we're trying to do is avoid confusion. Whereas if we say, oh, go ahead and do this on septic, that might be the impression people get, and then they can't get it approved, and we don't want to create confusion.
So I just want to triple check the whole what's allowed to be short-term rented and what's not. So, I mean, in the most simplified example, we've got a primary residence and a detached ADU. And the detached ADU cannot be short-term rented, correct?
It's absolutely clear in the legislation that any new detached ADUs that are approved after January 1st, 2020 cannot be short-term rented. The way the law was written, and these bills were not models of brilliant drafting or clarity, so I think there's going to be cleanup legislation, but the way it's written, I think it can be fairly interpreted as applying to any ADUs approved since January 1st, 2017, but I don't know that a consensus is coalesced around either 2020 or 2017 as the operative date for the short-term rental prohibition.
I'm less concerned about the operative date and more concerned about which units can or can't be short-term rented. So if the owner of the property decided to move into the ADU, they could short-term rent the primary residence?
Yes, there's nothing in this law or any other state law that prohibits doing exactly that.
Okay, so it's one of the two can be short-term rented, but not both.
And as I understand it, Tahoe Donner is talking about somehow finding a way to not allow that to happen. In other words, the person to move into the ADU and then short-term rental the house. I don't know where they are in that process.
Not our issue tonight and not anything that's in the law.
Okay, another slightly more complex example is the JDU. So primary residence, portion of it is sectioned off and it's rented out. And that too cannot be short-term rented.
That's correct. Ever since the JADUs were created in the law, transit rentals have been prohibited.
Okay.
Well, and the town's current practice is to do a deed restriction for those, which basically allows the town the ability to go in and inspect if there's a complaint filed that someone's using it for short-term rentals.
Right. Again, just in an effort to be compliant with state law and to anticipate what I think might be your very next question, is there anything that prevents an owner of the whole property from moving into the junior ADU and short-term renting the main house? Again, the answer is no. There's nothing that prevents that.
Okay. And then there is still yet one more possibility where you've got a primary residence with a JDU and a detached ADU. And in that case, what can be short-term rented?
Okay, I think I can do this. The junior ADU can never be short-term rented under any circumstances. The ADU could be if it's old or older.
Mm-hmm.
The main unit always can be.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tony, you got any questions? No? Any other questions? Andy, can you just repeat that language that you used originally to address Jan's comments regarding adding some familiarity there for the septic piece? I meant to write it down, but you said it too quickly, and I wasn't expecting it.
My internet connection keeps flickering in and out, so I can't pull it up on my screen. But do you have the ordinance that you could pull up? Okay. Well, I think that you could if you were so inclined. Okay, Jeff's got it. Hold on. Let's do some quick drafting.
Okay. Sorry, I'm the chair. Sorry. Still not quite there yet. So public comment. I'm gonna open public comment on this item. If you have any public comment, come on up to the podium, state your name, and you have 3 minutes. You all know the rules. All 3 of you. I love it. That's really big language, Pat. That's good. It's late. We might not be able to read so well. I got it. Thank you. Wow. Nice props.
All right, good evening again, Mayor Pallavi, members of the council. My name is Pat Davison with the Contractors Association. Keep this brief tonight. We're here in support of Jan Zabriskie's request, asking you to delete the 7 words relating to the 3-acre rule for second units. And what I just handed you is what that actually looks like, those 7 words being stricken from the development code text. We've been looking at this provision since 2017 because it could hinder potential second units on about 1,000 parcels in Truckee still on septic. Of course, the long-term answer is for all these parcels to be connected to public sewer. That action could take years, if not a decade or more. And we do encourage the town to move aggressively in that direction. But in the meanwhile, we need ways to address our housing problem, and ADUs are an excellent way to create new housing units without disturbing a lot of ground. So I'd just like to offer one thought as a supplement to Jan's letter, and that's the mystery of the 3-acre rule. No one seems to know exactly where the 3 acres have come from. The 3-acre rule is not explicitly mentioned in the 2 Lahontan documents we were given, and those 2 documents come from the 1980s. The Lahontan documents used to justify the 3-acre rule seem to focus on prohibiting new subdivisions of land, which is not typically how we look at second units. They're not a subdivision. And even if Lahontan does consider second units as a new subdivision, there is a Lahontan board order from the next year allowing exemptions and waivers to the subdivision prohibition. So again, where did the 3-acre rule come from? We have not been able to find the source of that. So we're still continuing our research, but it's pretty big mystery. The wordsmithing proposed by Jan still references the county and Lahontan for public health and safety standards, whatever those may be. Those are still the controlling documents. And in our opinion, nothing diminishes that by taking out those 7 words. They actually seem to be superfluous, unnecessary, and maybe redundant given the fact that the county adopted in 2018 a plan for on-site wastewater treatment called the LAMP that applies to Truckee. So in closing, just want to respectfully request that you consider the deletion tonight of those 7 words or some other wordsmithing that dedicated staff may come up with at the staff table, and also suggest that maybe there be some sort of public workshop to kick off this discussion with TSD sometime in the late late spring, and this would be talk about getting sewer out to those areas that have septic. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for being here so late. My name is Valerie Brinker. I'm a homeowner, realtor, and member of the CAT Affordable Housing Committee. I also want to comment in support of Jan Zabriskie's public comment letter and add a few points. Like Mr. Zabriskie, I also don't understand why the town of Truckee would not just have the same requirements for ADUs on septic as the portions of Nevada County and Placer County that are in the same hydrologic units as Truckee. We of CAT have not been able to locate a 3-acre or larger ban in these areas, old or new. AB 881 provides that issues regarding septic systems are to be addressed by requiring approval from the local health official, which in our case is the Nevada County Environmental Health Department. And it's our understanding that an application for an ADU on a parcel less than 3 acres in Truckee would not even go to the Nevada County Environmental Health Department in its current situation, because it would be stopped dead in its track by the Truckee Building Department by the 3-acre rule. We would like to see the approval to simply be subject to the requirements of the Nevada County Environmental Health Department and of the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board's requirements. Furthermore, we find it a bit contradictory that a property on 3 acres, less than 3 acres, on septic in Truckee could get approval for a bedroom addition with the proper existing or expanded septic capacity. So if septic and structures can be expanded to accommodate guests or growing families, why can't they be expanded to accommodate our workforce and our locals during a housing crisis? We agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Zabriskie that the 3-acre ban be removed so that our local development code can be in alignment with our state's very important and innovative recent legislation on ADUs. Please take action tonight to delete the 7 words which prohibit second units on all parcels on septic under 3 acres. Thanks.
Thanks, Valerie.
Good evening, new Mayor Pallavi and Town Council members. Peter Greenberger with the Contractors Association. Just to follow up on the comments that Pat and Valerie just made, the 3-acre limitation is really arbitrary. It doesn't address the technical capabilities of an individual parcel to conform to current standards for septic systems on the property. So to put that into the code just creates a barrier which doesn't really provide us with any opportunity to use the property in a conforming way according to current engineering standards. The other thing that I'd just like to throw into the conversation is AB 881 has language in there providing for local application of standards and conditions, but it specifically says, and I quote, shall not include minimum requirements on lot size. So for us to have that language in this proposed measure that's going to be adopted is probably going to come in direct conflict with AB 881, and I would imagine you would hear something back from the state about that. So I would also request that those 7 words be removed, and also emphasize that the language in the latter part of that amended piece provides for Nevada County and Lahontan Water Quality Board to add in their requirements and their stipulations, and I would guess that there's plenty of room for productive conversation with both of those agencies in order to make this more flexible and achieve the ultimate goal of more ADUs. And we've got about 1,000 parcels in town, which would be, possible candidates for that. Thank you.
So we've got language ready to go that Laura can read out that would do exactly that. It's slightly different than Jan's idea to just strike 7 words, but it gets to the same place and does remove the reference to 3 acres.
Show it to us.
We will read it.
So,
no, read it. Okay.
So what the language read before was a second unit shall not be allowed on a parcel that is served by an on-site septic system and is less than 3 acres. What our suggestion would be is to say a second unit shall not be allowed on a parcel served by an on-site septic system unless approval is obtained from the Nevada County Environmental Health Department and complies with the law.
And the project and the unit.
And the unit complies with the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board.
So the 3-acre reference is removed, and it simply refers to the main entity, which will be involved, which is Nevada County Health, and then in they're essentially implementing the regulations of the regional board. The reason, the 3 acres, I'm not exactly precisely sure where that number came from, but the notion, though, of the larger lots has been around for a long time. It's not a new thing. It's very, very common in a lot of other places, in a previous day. And our interactions, Laura and other staff members tell me, our interactions with both Lahontan and Nevada County have indicated that they're not, particularly interested, and that's why we continued to think the regulation was not crazy. So it's not just some arbitrary regulation that came out of the sky. Our fellow agencies who are responsible for actually doing this regulation said, we're not interested in this. If they're now interested, and if they want to follow the state's and our movement toward being more aggressive on ADUs, that's great. So we think this language will take care of what we're being asked to do, and it puts the onus on Nevada County Health.
Any comments, questions, or deliberation?
Sounds good.
I would agree. And I think it's we should take the lead and force this issue and remove it. So I like the new wording.
Do we have a motion?
Right. I move to adopt ordinance 2019-10 approving urgency ordinance and adopt development code amendments to implement state California legislation regarding secondary units. And then we're going to augment it with the slightly modified language that staff just read to us.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Great. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is going to be one topic that we're just not going to get to talk about anymore for a long time.
Oh, well.
We might get to talk about it, but that's the first crack at that. We're going to move over to council reports. So 8.6 we are going to postpone to further discussion at our council retreat in January, and we will move into council reports. Council member commendatory.
All right, so quick review of what's been going on. I missed the Thanksgiving week council meeting, so I apologize for that. But what I did do during this time is was a housing funding advisory meeting we had. I guess that was like a long time ago now, 2 weeks ago, something like that, back on the 16th. I had a meeting with Chief Leftwich, Chief Selene, Jeff, Danielle, and Bob Womack regarding the town's role in wildland fires, which another meeting has come out of that. They've put together a rough plan. It'll be interesting where this turns and how this goes. And Truckee River Water Basin group meeting we had. Gosh, that was also feels like a long time ago. And more recently, I did miss the town meeting, town Christmas party, which I regret. However, I did attend the cat Christmas party. So there you go.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Klövstad.
Oh, first time hearing that. That's pretty exciting. Thank goodness it's been a light couple of weeks with the Thanksgiving holiday. I needed it. So just the Christmas party, the town Christmas party, which was lovely, very much so enjoyed it. I met with Commissioner Anderson to discuss some water quality and watershed issues for the region and just understand that issue a little bit more. I also enjoyed the Glenshire Artist Studio holiday show last Saturday and a nice quiet Thanksgiving week.
Council Member Tierman.
This past Saturday, I did a police ride-along with Sergeant Lisa Madden. I did one when I first came on council, and Chief Leftwich had been suggesting trying one when there was a snowstorm, because that's when a lot of things happen. And so there was supposed to be a snowstorm on Saturday, and it really didn't materialize. Nonetheless, it was really great to have an opportunity to chat with Sergeant Madden, and we did ride along. We saw an accident scene up at on Northwoods Boulevard, Tahoe Donner. But anyway, thinking about our police, our second largest department in terms of budgetary requirements, and yet they sort of quietly do their own thing, and we don't see them much here at council. So I felt it was good and important to kind of walk a mile in their shoes. Town holiday party, great event as well. And then on the 6th of December, same day as the holiday party, I met with an Army veteran who is now the new head of AmeriGas here in Truckee. He reached out to me, wanted to meet, and he'd like to get their company much more engaged and involved in our town and volunteering and doing things. So I thought that was a great meeting. His name is Orlando Gonzalez. And then also that same day met with a grad student from the University of Cincinnati working on public health. And she wanted to talk about pedestrian infrastructure in town, the walkability of our town, and how walkability can improve public health. So it was a great little meeting. last Friday. So that was it.
Interesting. My report does go back a month, go back about 3 weeks, because I too missed the Thanksgiving meeting, unfortunately, but I met with Cassie Hebel and Mike from the Truckee Downtown Merchants Association, talking about general plan items and some downtown concerns and some of their other merchant issues that they have going on that they wanted to make sure that I was aware of. I spoke at a Sierra College business class about running a small business in Truckee, which then, when the professor introduced me also as the vice mayor, devolved into a whole bunch of other town of Truckee talks, and I ended up there for about 2 hours. They had only wanted me there for an hour, and they were really interested in both running a business in town, but also the intricacies of how that intersects with being an elected official in Truckee. Along with Councilmember Commendatore, attended the Ballot Measure Advisory Committee meeting, which I believe we're making some good progress on. There was a surprising amount of agreement at the end of 2 hours, which was quite refreshing, actually. And we have 2 more meetings coming up with that group, one next week, I believe, and then one more in January, which it seems like we are on a fairly clear path to a pretty solid recommendation back to council, probably sometime in January or February, not July. And the town Christmas party last week, which was fantastic. And finally, I have some really wonderful news coming out of the T-bid. We have made some progress. It's been a long time coming, but the T-bid did make a motion on 2 action items. They made a motion number 1 to proceed with a potential renewal at 1.25%, along with a potential motion to create to further research a DMO, which stands for Destination Marketing Organization, which would be a separate entity from the chamber. So they have 2 fairly robust action items. We will be getting back together as a smaller what was originally defined as the T-bid Renewal Committee, which consists of Kim, Hillary, and I on the town side, along with a couple of chamber board members and T-bid members, to further flesh out the concerns and opportunities that present themselves with a DMO. And then they will most likely be moving forward with the 1.25% renewal and understanding the intricacies of that as well. So we now have 2 moving parts that have direction, and I think the assessment will likely move forward succinctly. The DMO, I think, has a lot more questions behind it, but I will make sure to keep you all abreast and come back most likely in January with a whole bunch more information, because we have a couple of meetings scheduled over the next 30 days. And that's it for me. With that, we are adjourned, right? That's it. What do? I just do this. We're adjourned till January 14th at 6 p.m. right here.